Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want to call the May 21, 24 City Council to order. Madam Clerk, roll call and posting of the agenda.
Councilmember Basua.
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Here.
Councilmember Perrello.
Here.
Councilmember Tehran.
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Present.
We have a quorum. The agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on May 9th, 2024.
Thank you. Our next item is item B. This is public comments on closed session items. Madam Speaker, do we have any speakers on the closed session item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any public speakers for closed session items. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to our item C and our city attorney, Fisher. We have items 1 and 2.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to give instructions to its real property negotiators regarding property located at 407 West Hueneme Road. The agency's negotiator is Amelia Ramirez, Housing Director. Negotiating party is Camille Gurola, Mexica Greco / Mexica 1978 bypass. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment. City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 to review the status of labor negotiations and to review its available funds and funding priorities for the purpose of providing instructions to the city's negotiators regarding the organization specified in item C2 of the meeting agenda.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Then we're going to closed session, and we'll be back at 6 p.m. for the ceremonial items.
It's quiet already.
Yeah, good evening. We're back from closed session, and Mr. City Attorney, any items to report out of closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. There are no actions to report out of closed session this evening.
Thank you so much. So our next item is ceremonial items, item E, and we are going to go to the pledge. But before we stand up for the pledge, I'd like to share that we are going to rest a moment of silence for this individual, Elpidio Alvara. Elpidio Alvara was 102 years, 102 years old. He just passed away just the other day. And Elpidio Alvara actually was raised in San Bernardino County, relocated to Ventura County. He lived with his family in the Limonera in Santa Paula, and later he settled down here in Oxnard. But he was a 1942 U.S. Army veteran, proudly served in the Second World War, and after 4 years, Elpidio returned back to Oxnard, where he was dedicated an employee that worked for the city of Oxnard for 35 years as an equipment operator. So 102 years, unbelievable. Which I just want to thank you for his service. Thank you so much for that. So now, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So a moment of silence, please, for Ms. Alvara. Thank you so much. You may be seated. So we have some, let me see, some presentations that we are going to actually,
Mayor,
yes, ma'am?
Mayor Zaragoza, just have one brief announcement.
Go ahead.
We do have an item for the Oxnard Housing Authority on the agenda tonight. The announcement is pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive a $50 pay for convening in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So now we have a proclamation for Public Works Week, and we have Mr. Michael Wolf, our Public Works Director, and also half of the other people that are here today from Public Works. Please join us up in the dais.
I'm taking everybody up there? Yep. Jesus Christ. Some down here. That's a lot of people.
So we can probably have some employees stand right here in front also. Have some employees stand right in front.
Brian.
Hi, Mia. Nice to see you. God. Some of the employees can stand right in front. And some of the taller guys, and maybe the taller guys should probably go to one end and let the shorter guys. Okay, here we go. We're ready. This is a proclamation, Public Works Week, May 19, 2024. Whereas the week of May 19, 24 is proclaimed as Public Works Week in recognition of contributions of the Public Works employees and the well-being of our residents, whose public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, services, an area of vital importance and sustainable resilience community to public health and the high quality of life for the people of Oxnard. Whereas infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts and professional staff of the Public Works Department, who are operators, engineers, managers, employees at all levels who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, operating, and protecting the city's transportation system, solid waste services, water supply systems, water treatment systems, wastewater systems, fleet and public landscaping, parks, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for the importance of residents in the business community. For this year, the theme of the Public Works is, quote, advancing the quality of life, end of quote, to illustrate how Public Works professionals contribute to and enhance the quality of life in the community that they proudly serve. Now therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, proclaim May 19, 24, Public Works Week in the City of Oxnard, invite all residents to join us in the well-deserved recognition of all the public works departments that are given their place and honor and respect to the city. And this is signed by the Mayor of Oxnard today. Please give your hand, put in good hands for the people, the public works employees. And before I hand this over to this young man so he can share a couple of words, I had the opportunity to work for Public Works for decades, maybe about 200 years. But it's really an honor for me. This young people and young, actually workers do a lot of work for our city, from what, like I mentioned before, from water to wastewater, to many other items that they do. So thank you so much for the good work, Public Works employees. Now I'm going to hand it to this young man who's going to share a couple of words.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza, council members. First, I'd like to congratulate everybody in Public Works for a successful open house last week. Lots of kids came through, hopefully some future recruits for the city of Oxnard. And more than anything, I'm very proud and honored to work with all of you and also to serve the community that saw me grow up into who I am today. My name is Miguel Guillen with the Traffic Engineering Division, Public Works, and round of applause for everybody for last week's efforts.
You know, I think Miguel said something important. You know, I went over to Oxnard College, you know, for the display they have for Public Works, and I saw something that was really important. And this is for solid waste. For Andy, come on up. Anyways, so they were talking about recycling, Andy, and there was a recycling Can you hear me? 3 baskets, and they had the basket of trash, and there was a little girl probably about that tall, and he says, "Okay, mija, where does this go?" And it was a can, recycling. How about this one? And it was trash, went into the trash. And how about this one? Green waste. I mean, she went 100%. So that type of stuff, I think it's really important that people understand, Andy. And I know you've been there for how many years? 200. 200. I hired this young lady 40 years ago, believe it or not. And look how it looks so beautiful yet. You know, what's the matter with you? She must have been about 10 years old. Thank you again, and to the Public Works directors, thank you for all of them. Really, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, guys, and thank you again. You know, this is, you're half of the stadium here today, so thank you again. Thank you for coming over. Thank you. Gracias. Thank you. Thank you. Good.
What?
Thank you so much. Our next proclamation is a Memorial Day proclamation. We have Sal Gonzalez and Louis Morrison. Sal Gonzalez, and they're representing the veterans here in Oxnard. Come on over, Sal. Thank you. This is a proclamation, Memorial Day, May 27, 2024. Whereas a Memorial Day is a nation's pause to remember the brave men and women in uniform who sacrificed to protect the interests of our country and defend freedom. Whereas each year, the last Monday in May is an opportunity to honor the men and women in the armed forces who bravely defended our freedom and remembering all those who died for this great nation. Whereas in honoring these proud servicemen and women lost throughout our country's history, we renew our commitment to upholding the democratic ideas that they fought for and died and preserved. So on May 27, 24, the city of Oxnard will recognize and sacrificed with a ceremony at Plaza Park here in Oxnard. Whereas the country remains the land of the free because of the sacrifice made by our servicemen and women of all ranks and fronts and branches of the military. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, proclaim and call upon citizens to honor and observe Monday, May 22nd, 2024 as Memorial Day, and ask all of them to observe and honor those men and women who serve to preserve the principles and also the justice and freedom and democracy for the United States of America. And this is signed by the Mayor of the City of Oxnard. And we have Mr. Sal Gonzalez and Louis that'd like to share a couple of words.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and all of you who are here today. Thank you for recognizing this day. This is a solemn occasion for us. We have a couple of veterans or recognition, patriotic days that we hear so much about. Veterans Day and also Memorial Day. This is Memorial Day, okay? This is a solemn occasion for us because these are men and women who were killed in action. The other veterans says, we are here, okay? So we thank you, Mayor, the City Council, and all of us, okay? Please come out, okay, and join in the commemoration about those who passed away. There are going to be people there who have lost someone in war. There are names up there on the Veterans Memorial that we have here. They are residents of Oxford. There are young men, all who have passed away in conflict. So please come out and show your support for the mothers and relatives who are there, because they're going to come out, okay, and they will remember what happened to their son, their daughter, their loved one. Thank you.
I'm Lou Morris. I'm a member of the Vietnam Veterans of Ventura County. I'm the chaplain. And I'd like to invite you all to come out to the memorial at 11 o'clock on Monday. We're also going to have the Vietnam Veterans of Ventura County do the color guard, and we're also going to do the missing man table, which is a ceremony for all those that are still missing in action. And I'd like to see you all there. I'd like to thank the City of Oxnard for working with us. We work yearly, planning Memorial Day and Veterans Day, and the cooperation the city does, and makes it makes it possible for us to put on these services. Thank you.
And also, I want to thank people that are not here today. I know Manny Gonzalez couldn't make it today, and also I want to thank my assistant Martha Guillan and also Luli Lopez, who are part of the committee. And who else am I missing for the committee? Anyway, these people have really worked really hard today. And I just want to share something too. You know, my dad was and the mayor. I'm part of the committee too, but I'm really proud to be part of the committee because my dad was Second World War veteran, and also we lost a relative in the Korean War, and we had my brother served, and also my son served, and my grandson just served just recently. He was discharged honorably from the U.S. Navy. Again, thank you so much, and it was said, please join us in the 27th at Plaza Park. Thank you so much. Put your hands together for all veterans. Thank you. Thank you. And we're not done. So now we'd like to invite Commander Bristling. Is he here from Oxnard PD? We have the Mental Illness Awareness Month. Or somebody from the PD here today? Okay, let me see. Okay, come on over. Mental. So anyway, this is important. This is a proclamation. You know, we have our new police officer here, Mr. Alex Nguyen. He's our city manager. So this is a proclamation, Mental Health Awareness Month, May 2024, whereas it is proven the connection between good mental health and overall personal health. And according to the World Health Organization, over 450 million people suffer from mental health, whereas suicide is the 10th leading cause of death in the United States, and the second leading cause among ages 10 to 34, and 90% of the people who die by suicide have underlying mental health illnesses. Of course, mental health is critical to the well-being of our families, schools, workplaces, and communities. And for public education and civil activities can encourage mental health that can help improve the lives of individuals and families affected by mental illness. And for people testing. Well, let me see, people with mental illness recover of given the necessary services and support by the communities. Whereas each individual community can make a difference in helping end the silence and break the stigma of too long surrounding mental health illnesses and discourages people from getting much needed assistance. Whereas the City of Oxnard, the Oxnard Police Department, the Oxnard Fire Department, agencies throughout Ventura County strive for community awareness and education by taking part of various events throughout the month of May, including NAMI Walks Ventura County, an expression of commitment to connect with the community to create awareness and support for those dealing with mental health services. Now therefore I, John C. Zaragoza, proclaim the month of 2024 is Mental Awareness Month, and this is signed by the mayor, and we'll get to Alex, our city manager, is going to say a couple of words on behalf of the police and fire.
Thank you. I'm just happy that we recognize this event this month and also just bring attention to it. I'm sure there are no families that are untouched by these issues throughout their lives. So thank you very much, and I'll pass this on to the chief when he gets back. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Put your hands together for that. Really, thank you so much. Okay, well, thank you for, go ahead, Councilman Perello would like to share a couple of words.
I would just like to take a moment to make a comment. We had a moment of silence for an individual that worked for the city of Oxnard 35 years, but he also was a veteran and served in World War II from the beginning of the war. And also we've done the recognition Memorial Day coming up. Monday, I had a chance to serve with, I am not a veteran. I am not a veteran. Monday, I had an opportunity to sit with two high school buddies for some coffee. And there was a discussion about Memorial Day coming up, and the two other high school classmates that's name are on the wall. One of them still missing in action, and one of them the body was returned home. Please let's not forget the sacrifices that are made. And with the changing in events and the things that are going on in the world right now, there's quite a few young people in the audience today. When these issues come to a head and there's a call, they look at the young to do the job. This impacts everybody. Pay attention to what's going on in the world, please.
Thank you, and I know that we also have a lot of veterans and city employees and a lot of veterans in the audience. And of course, today is more of a Memorial Day, but we do have veterans coming up. So thank you again for your service. So at this time, we're going to public comments. Item F. This is a time for individuals to share on items on the agenda, and they have 3 minutes. And we're going to start out with Martina Gallegos, and she's on Zoom.
Yes, Mayor.
Martina, can you hear us? You got 3 minutes?
Yes, hello, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Yes, my name is Martina Gallegos. I'm a former elementary school teacher, and as such, I used to have students with special needs or different kinds of challenges, and I heard other people about the need or the lack of parks for our special needs population, especially children. So we want to know how to go about addressing the need for a park that is safe for these children and even adults who face challenges, cognitive and whatever. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I was an elementary school teacher. Now I'm a stroke brain injury survivor, so I'm in that category. And we face not only physical, mental, cognitive issues, but also sensory issues. And we feel that our needs are not being addressed, especially for children. So they need a park that is enclosed, because some of them tend to want to run away from areas when something happens, when something triggers them. And we need to know who we can talk to about hopefully building a park for this population, because that allows them to feel safe, and it eases anxiety and all the challenges they face. Yeah, we don't. I mean, the regular or public parks are not really suitable for this kind of population. It's not safe, really, for them.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we need to know who to talk to, because we know there are places available in the city and parks that are not being built. So what's the land doing there empty when it could be used for a purpose that can help children with their mental stability, with their physical challenges and everything else. Okay, that's it. I know there are more people that wanted to talk about this issue because they have better information than I do. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Okay, our next speaker, we have, we're going to have an insect festival here on June 1. And so we have Mary Moth and Clara Cockroach and Betty Bumblebee. Are they here? Oh, there they are. Hey, Mary Moth and Clara Cockroach and Betty Bumblebee. So who's going to make some comments here? Is it Bumblebee?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. Welcome.
You can pull the mic down.
I'm a little sorry. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. As a reminder to everyone, mark your calendars on June 1st. The 4th annual Oxnard Insect Festival will be held at 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Plaza Park. This year's special guests are turtles and tortoises. We have 70 vendors confirmed this year's event, including food vendors with insects and insects-themed items on the menu. We hope to see everyone there. Buenas noches, señor alcalde y miembros del consejo. Como recordatorio para todos, marquen en sus calendarios. El 1 de junio, el 4 Festival Anual de Insectos de Oxnard se llevaría a cabo de 10 a.m. a 4 p.m. en la placita Plaza Park. Los invitados especiales de este año son las tortugas y los galápagos. Tenemos 70 vendedores confirmados para el evento de este año, incluidos vendedores de comida con insectos y artículos con temas de insectos en el menú. Esperemos verlos a todos ahí.
Thank you so much. Turn around so people can see you. Look at this. Put your hands together for them. And by the way, it's really going to be great. We're going to have some insects that we can actually eat. Is that correct,
Yes,
Bumblebee?
we will have insect festival, insects that we can eat, and there will also be an insect eating contest. So that would be a really fun time to see everyone there. Try those out.
Thank you so much. Really put your hands together for these young, beautiful costumes. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Janet Pinkley, followed by Dexter Nunnery. If I'm pronouncing that correctly, I hope.
Hello.
Janet?
Good evening. I want to second the needs as a parent of a special needs child for better park accommodations, but that's not why I'm here tonight.
Thank you.
I have a challenge that I'm hoping the City Council will be able to assist me with. There are residents within our city that have medical equipment needs to stay alive that require power. So these can be oxygen concentrators, suction machines, home dialysis equipment. With the increase of power outages in California, it's almost certain that they'll be needed in the city at some point for this. If we look back at the Northridge earthquake, some areas were without power for 10 days. In a true emergency, our hospitals will be inundated. They will not be able to provide services to all of our residents. So the challenge is, in trying to get a permit for a generator for this, the city has noted that there are no exemptions in the noise ordinance for this. And so the city does have a reasonable accommodation permit, but again, they have indicated that generators to sustain life-saving equipment during a power outage do not fall under this permit. So that leaves people who have this need with nowhere to go, and that just, to me, seems unreasonable. I have a neighbor who requires oxygen to live. She's very fearful of a power outage, that she will suffocate. And that just seems unreasonable. When I look at other cities, city of Camarillo, many other cities do have an exemption in their noise ordinance for standby generators during a power outage. Others have specific provisions in their reasonable accommodation permits that if you provide a prescription from your doctor, that you can get these type of equipment at your resident so that you don't have to be fearful of this. And so I'm hoping that the city council will hear my appeal and help me either make a change to the noise ordinance and or a change to our reasonable accommodation permit so that our residents don't have to live in fear of the next power outage. So,
Thank you, Janet.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay. our
Mr.
next-
Mayor.
Go ahead.
Real quickly, ma'am, I would ask you to speak with Jeff Pengilly, who's here in the audience somewhere, to
Jeff,
schedule an appointment to get you in and talk with him.
I'm sure we're probably going to have other individuals, but Jeff is back here just for information. So, okay, so our next speaker is Dexter Nunnery, followed by Jose Barrera. Dexter?
Good evening, council members. My name is Dexter Nunnery. I am the founder and director of an organization called Project 50. What Project 50 does is help the Black community navigate through child support, probation, job services, young adult counseling, and court appearances. In February, we started getting contacted in regards to racial slurs in the Oxnard school systems. We've spoke at board meetings, and I've brought this to the attention of K through 8 districts in the city of Oxnard. I am here tonight to inform you all. This may not be you guys may not be involved in school disciplinary actions, but I'm here to inform you that this issue has reached a boiling point. And you guys need to get involved with the school system because they do not have a plan for when it happens. In handbooks and on websites, you will see we do not tolerate any discrimination of any kind. But when it happens to the Black students, there is no course of action. We've been contacted because of niggers, monkeys, slaves, and other actions that our Black students are being called. I am here to inform you that this has reached a boiling point. And if you guys don't get involved, this is going to be in the streets of Oxnard. And then it's going to be too late. If we're focusing on Palestine and Israel, it's going to be right here in your home city. This is just a warning. Our young kids are tired of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nunnery. That's not acceptable. Thank you. Okay, Jose Barrera, followed by Ernesto Magaña.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and the rest of the City Council. My name is Jose Barrera. I'm here with healthcare workers. Can you mind standing up? Who work at St. John's Medical Center here in the city of Oxnard, bringing an important issue. I here represent SEIU-UHW, a union of over 100,000 healthcare workers across the state of California, and they provide critical life-saving care. Here, as you'll hear later on during public comment, there is an outsourcing of monitor technicians who monitor the heart rates and other essential needs at the hospital that are being outsourced to the state of Arizona. As we hear that, I was raised in the city. My brothers were born at St. John's Hospital as a resident and local. That is extremely concerning, where I wouldn't want my family to go to St. John's if there was a critical emergency. So we'll hear from our healthcare workers in a little bit. but it's an important thing to listen and be aware of what's going on, and hope the city council could step in and prevent these jobs from being outsourced, because we do need this life-saving care. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Ernesto Magaña, followed by Joshua Sharp.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Ernesto Magaña. I am a U.S. Marine veteran. Grew up and was raised in Ventura County. You might ask, what is a monitor tech? When you go to the St. John's, you arrive in a tele unit, you will be monitored. Your heart in the cardiac unit. We monitor heart rhythms and heart rates 24 hours a day on the unit. We alert the nurses if there's any changes in rates or rhythms. We alert them of any deadly potential heart rate increases or anything like that that we can see and alert them ahead of them. We're watching it there for them. We communicate with cardiologists that are there at the hospital. We're also the unit clerk / eyes and ears of the unit. We are right there, feet away from the patient's center of the unit. That's basically what we do as a cardiac monitor tech there. And what's happening is that Dignity Health, St. John's, is outsourcing my job to Arizona. So when you come and be a patient at St. John's, your heart is being monitored 500 miles away in Arizona. And with this new system, we're seeing delays. There's already been events. We're talking about 10 to 15 minute delays in alerting our nurses. We're talking about patients being assigned to the wrong heart monitor. Arizona cannot see these patients when they come to the unit. I can. I'm there. I'm right there with my own eyes. There is no medical benefit to this, and it's strictly financial. What's going on here at the hospital?
Thank you.
No tech should. This technology should help us and not replace us.
Thank you, Ernesto. We hear you. Thank you. Okay. And no clapping, please. Thank you so much for Joshua. And also Sharp, followed by Catherine Mano.
Thank you for having me. So my name is Josh Sharp. I've been a nurse since 2007. I've been at St. John's since 2016. And I'm here also to talk about this issue. They refer to it as a central monitoring unit. We have a lot of concerns we brought up to the management at the hospital about the patient safety. Like Ernie said, this is something that they're doing 500 miles away. And the reason that's so important is there's tons of issues with technology. If something goes down on their end and something goes down on our end, that's a delay in the care that we're getting. We have to know what's going on with these patients on a very timely manner. Just a few seconds, a few minutes can be the difference between life and death for these patients. So this is a huge patient safety concern that we have. As far as the research, there's not a lot of research that I could find about CMU being any more advantageous than what we have. In fact, a lot of the monitor tech issues start to get worse as you pile on patients. Our current units only have 31 beds, so we never see more than that with one monitor tech, and in Arizona, there is no limit. They've talked about having as many as 80 patients. And the limited research that I could find shows that once you hit 40 patients, that any additional patients to that can exponentially cause errors and delays and can be lethal and life-threatening. We're monitoring for patients with stroke, with heart attack, chest pain, pretty much your family members, your friends. My daughter was born at the hospital, had heart issues, was there in the NICU for 10 days. It's just scary to think that the system could have flaws and it's 500 miles away in order to reach somebody to help take care of these issues. One of the other issues is whenever we have a code, we have monitor techs physically there that can see what's going on, can hear what's going on. With this system, there's no communication with them unless the nurses take their time to call and inform them that there's a code going on, which is critical life-saving time that we need to be intervening for the patient, not on the phone communicating. And we've already had multiple issues with this communication. There are placing patients in the wrong rooms. And if we go to respond to a code on the wrong room, that's going to be delay before we figure out who it is. That could be potentially deadly. During an emergency, something like VTAC, seconds matter. The longer you take to intervene, the more likely this is going to be deadly. And if it's not deadly, it could lead to long-term effects. If they have a stroke, they could have deficit for the rest of their lives, which is part of the reason we need parks with people with special needs. We're hoping to prevent more special needs patients by intervening before this becomes more of a threat to our community. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Please, no clapping, please. Thank you so much. And our next speaker is Katerina Manu, M-A-N-U. My apologies for not pronouncing your first name correct.
Hello, my name is Katerina. I'm a nurse. I've been a nurse for 7 years, and I worked for this hospital since this November 2019. Since our hospital transitioned to this service in Arizona, I've had multiple issues, and today I'll be telling you about one of them. 2 weeks ago, I was assigned to a patient on 2 North. A violation occurred, resulting in a gap in cardiac monitoring for a patient, putting the patient's life in jeopardy. At the end of the shift, I did not find telemetry strips for review in the patient's charts, so at 6:55 p.m., I called CMU to request them. To my surprise, CMU informed me that they discharged my patient from their system more than 2.5 hours ago. When I asked why they discharged my patient, CMU responded, someone called and asked to discharge this patient. CMU also said that they don't have a record who asked to discharge my patient. Per hospital protocol, it is a primary nurse who calls CMU and requests to discharge the patient, and again, CMU could not provide explanation as to why the request to discharge my patient was taken from somebody else. We readmitted the patient. This violation resulted in a gap in cardiac monitoring for over 2 hours against medical orders. That day, on 2 North, telemetry patients were only monitored by CMU, not by our hospital telemetry techs. Before transition to CMU, when patients come off the monitor, our telemetry technicians immediately reach out to the nurse to check on the patient. If the nurse is not responding, code telemetry is announced overhead, and every staff member on the unit rushes to the patient's bedside. Patients who require continuous cardiac monitoring cannot be put at risk for missed cardiac events due to negligence on behalf of CMU. Since the transition from our own telemetry technicians to the outsourced service CMU in Arizona, the quality and safety of care of cardiac patients has been compromised. It is real people that trust us with their lives every day, and we cannot be okay with failing them. We are standing up for our safety of our patients and safety of our community. We understand that running a hospital is not easy, and that tough decision has to be made when it comes to budget cuts to ensure proper care and service to the community. However, our experiences have proven that outsourcing telemetry is a trade-off for patient safety. I am grateful that my patient made it through.
Thank you for speaking. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Our next speaker is SP Velasco.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is SP Velasco. I've been working at St. John's Regional in the emergency room since 1988. And I would like to reiterate that I was born at this hospital. So this is personal for me. I was born there. My children were born there. My grandkids are born there. This is our family's community hospital. And I fear for them to go in to be as patients with this type of practice in place. It is very dangerous, and it's not at all safe. On top of all that, We are risking our licenses. Our nurses are risking their licenses on a daily basis. Our techs are risking their licenses. We all have a license behind us. We all continue our education to give out the proper and the best medical care that we can possibly give. But with this type of practice in place, it's not a good thing. And it is extremely dangerous and hazardous. I don't know about you, but if I had a problem with my heart, Lord forbid, I would not want my heart monitored 500 miles away. And then the person takes 30 minutes to let the nurse know. So what's gonna happen? Do I have to take my registered nurse daughter with me if I should get sick to be with me on my side daily? She's got a life also. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item or on items not in the agenda?
Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers, virtually or in person, for items not on the agenda.
Thank you, and I want to thank all the people that spoke, especially the people from St. John's, and potentially maybe our staff can convey that information to Mr. Berry over at St. John's, so. But thank you for speaking out loud. It's important that we hear your concerns.
Excuse me, Mayor Zaragoza. We have one more additional virtual speaker.
Okay.
Would you like to take that?
Yes, let's go ahead.
Thank you. Christian Luna, please unmute.
Hi, my name is actually Giovanni Casas. I'm a registered nurse at St. John's. I will be speaking on behalf of the hospital, but Christian couldn't make it. I have been a nurse for 5 years. I have been specifically at St. John's since 2018. And I am appalled by the system. And I know that my coworkers have already mentioned very excellent points and have given a lot of medical terminology. So I'm just going to put it a little bit more straightforward so that the medical inclined people listening can understand. Having this system puts us at danger. It's not even about the jobs. We want to keep our monitor techs. We want to make sure that the residents in our county have an income to support our economy for different reasons, especially in this light. But having the hospital make this change, it puts everyone in danger of death. Unfortunately, there are events that happen within minutes. So my coworkers have mentioned that they're having their patients off the monitor for 10, 20, and in Katerina's case, even 2 hours. I just want to make it very clear that a code can happen within a minute. Brain death happens within 3 minutes. So if we're not notified of these changes in the fastest way possible, that means that that person that we're taking care of, the end result is inevitably death. And when we think about that and just the impact that that will have on our people, on our residents, on your constituents, Mr. Mayor, it is appalling. We can't let this happen. I know for a fact that we have some of our board members who come to the hospital, and they require the same care that we provide the rest of the community. So how in good faith can you, as a board member or your family member or wife or daughter for that reason, how can any of you guys trust to go to St. John's and have your family members be taken care of when we're not doing the right thing by you, nor by what protocols that were previously established by the hospital, what we said we would abide by? And for that matter, we can't then, if a board member shows up, we can't then give them something called the VIP treatment, where we decide to have somebody actively monitor only that person, but disregard the rest of our citizens, because that is what we do. You guys work in public service to a certain degree, so do we, because we want to make sure that we're ensuring the health of our community. And we need
30
your help.
seconds.
We need everyone in the room listening to take a stand with us and not allow this to be the way that we operate and the way that we heal our community. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Gabriel Guillen.
Thank you, Mayor and City Councilman and everyone. My name is Gabriel Guillen. I'm actually a palliative care provider at St. John's. I've been working there since 2006. One of the issues that I actually find as a consultant is that I actually get to witness sometimes when the people are very, very sick. Sometimes I get involved in people that already have an anoxic brain injury. So I know how important it is to actually be able to try to do CPR on those people that want to be resuscitated right away. When there's a delay of 9 minutes, 30 minutes to get a fatal rhythm to the nurse, this is not good because most likely that person is going to suffer an anoxic brain injury. It could be from something maybe that they might actually need to learn how to walk, how to talk again, or it could actually end up being a patient needs to be on a tracheostomy with a feeding tube in the belly and shipped out to a facility, living there for many, many years. The reality is that I actually have witnessed also myself the CMU system. I have seen a few times some of the nurses to actually run down. I remember one case specifically 2 weeks ago where the nurse was running down from the restroom. She couldn't even go to the restroom properly. And she's running into the nurse's station and saying, my patient has a fatal rhythm. You know what? It was just artifact. The monitor tech was able to recognize, he said, no, it's just artifact. But the person in Arizona who thought it was actually a fatal rhythm. Imagine if you're in the restroom and you keep getting false alarms, you're not even gonna be able to actually even take a bathroom break properly. Or imagine that you're in isolation room during COVID, we had to take care of so many patients very sick with COVID. You are fully gowned up and everything, and you get an alarm on your phone that your patient in the other room has a fatal rhythm. So you have to stop whatever you're doing, you have to go out, and then you end up finding out that it was just artifact. Eventually, people will build alarm fatigue. In Florida, they have already tried this system, and unfortunately, they're having many people dying that shouldn't be dying. The reality that we're here is because you, as council members and as a mayor, you represent our patients. The patients that we serve in St. John's Hospital, most of them come from Oxnard. Many of them are Hispanics, many of them are actually blacks, minorities, and many of them will not question when someone dies, say, why did they die? Was there something that could have been done to be prevented? I think even one death alone is not worth the system, and I think we need to keep our monitor techs for the patient safety because those patients could be actually someone that you know, one of your family members, or it could actually even be one of you as one of our patients. So with that, I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we can't, discuss this items on the agenda. But we heard your call. Thank you so much. Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers, virtually or in person, for this item.
Thank you for sharing. Okay, thank you. Our next item is item G. This is the city manager's report. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few announcements and summaries to provide. I do want to say quickly with regard to the accessibility issues in our parks, the Parks Master Plan, which was approved, it was worked on for quite some time, but approved by the City Council in 2021, does raise the issue of accessible programs and equipment. So we will be working with the Parks Commission to put together a work plan so that we can continue to improve on providing all access amenities, if not entirely at a park in the very near future. Okay, Diego, can you pull up the slide deck, please? Oh, all right, here we go. So, so tonight what I'm going to do is talk about a few upcoming events, and then I'll go backwards and summarize some things that have happened. So tomorrow, and this is tomorrow evening, there will be a local Coastal program virtual community meeting. It is, again, tomorrow evening, begins at 7 p.m., scheduled for 90 minutes. It's a Zoom meeting. The information for the Zoom link is on the city's website. And let me summarize the discussion topics: sea level rise, climate change, tidal flooding, as well as actions and programs. And then in the small fine print, well, all of this is fine print for me, but I'm going to struggle to read the actual fine print. The project information, the California Coastal Act requires local governments to prepare and implement local coastal programs known as LCPs, to protect natural and man-made coastal resources and maximize public access to the shoreline. Climate change makes that effort more challenging as the sea level rises and severe storms become more frequent, threatening coastal resources and communities. The city is seeking community input and feedback to help draft an updated LCP, Local Coastal Plan, that supports the community's vision for the future, addresses specific coastal hazard risks, and aligns with the state's Coastal Act. So if you're interested and or concerned about these issues, please attend the Zoom meeting tomorrow night, again, 7 p.m., scheduled for 90 minutes. They will have Spanish and Mixteco interpretation during the meeting. And the Zoom link is on the city's website. It's at oxnard.gov/LCP. Next, you've heard about this already, but here we have it visually. And I think, Mayor, let me turn it over. I know you want to make another personal invitation to our community to attend this.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And I know we talked about it earlier, but I personally want to invite all the people that are here today and the residents to our Monday 27th, 11 a.m. Plaza Park to commemorate a Memorial Day. You know, though often, you know, that we lost in the midst of barbecues and early summer celebrations, Memorial Day really is a day for us to give importance to remember and give thanks to those who have perished while serving the United States Armed Forces. Many of us have friends and members and ancestors and loved ones who made the ultimate sacrifice of our country. This ceremony give us a chance for all of us to get together and reflect the meaning of those sacrifices and mourn the lives of those who have passed and draw inspiration from their courage. This ceremony is also going to include the missing man's table, a color guard, and music. So please join us, you know, on the 27th of this May at 11 a.m. at Plaza Park. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, next, quick summary. Councilwoman Basua spoke about this last time. So on Friday, May 3rd, our amazing recreation staff hosted the 52nd annual City of Oxnard Junior High Grad Night. So what they did was they took 1,400 eighth graders from our various school districts, utilizing 100 chaperones, our Councilwoman Basua being one of them, 28 buses and 5 vans. They went to Universal Studios. I remember what I was like as an eighth grader. I couldn't handle 14 eighth graders, let alone 1,400 eighth graders. There was a question on the council about the expenses. The numbers are there. The tickets cost over $100,000. The buses, $73,000. So, but the revenue from the ticket sales was just a smidge over that. I still think it's an amazing thing that this city has done for 52 years. I still don't understand it, but I'm grateful everybody enjoyed it. And Councilwoman Basua made it back.
Thank you. We are chaperone.
Yes. Okay, next we have a very brief video summary of the Oxnard Police Department's 25th annual memorial ceremony that took place last week. So Diego, if you can hit play.
With this event, we gather in person as a department and as a family. This event has become not only a part of our department's tradition, but it is a part of our culture and our identity. Thank you for being here to help us celebrate and remember your loved ones. We pledge that we will always honor and we will always remember them.
So thank you for taking the time to view that brief video recap. Obviously, it's a very solemn event. I just want to say I'm very, very impressed by the police chief and the entire department that they can have such a significant, important event with so many specific activities built into it, and that they can do it in exactly 30 minutes. It's just tremendous to be able to attend. I know not everyone could attend because it does occur in the middle of the workday, but that video is available. Okay. Now, a quick summary. Last December, the week before Christmas, we had a rather severe rainstorm hit a very, very, very small part of the city of Oxnard, and it was quite devastating and destructive to some of our residents / families. And while it was a very, very bad storm with a very bad outcome, unfortunately, it wasn't big enough in the sense of it didn't impact enough properties to trigger aid from the FEMA, from the federal government, or from the state. We did get the state's Small Business Administration Loan Program here to help a few of our property owners, but in this situation, unfortunately, people were really left on their own. So the city, I want to have a quick recap of some of the things we were able to do in terms of providing support with the Public Works Department, or Fire Department, or Housing Department, Community Development, Cultural and Community Services, as well as police. So some of these blocks here you can see we provide staffing and support with debris removal. Fire Department also responded. And you can see these are not exorbitant costs on the city's part, but it does show we did everything we could. Housing Department provided initial emergency housing at a hotel for many of the families. We offered to waive permits for people making repairs. Worked and coordinated with, again, the Small Business Administration Disaster Loan Program at the South Oxnard Library. And the real support came from our partners at the Ventura County Community Foundation. They understood that this storm that impacted Oxnard, the city of Port Hueneme, as well as a very small portion of the city of Ventura, they understood that this did not, unfortunately, trigger aid from the federal or the state government. So they went into action, and I want to personally thank their president and CEO, Vanessa Bechtel, for putting in the effort to raise money to provide assistance for the flood victims in all three of the cities. So in Oxnard, initially, they provided for us $178,000 worth of $1,000 gift cards to provide for our residents. And they did the same thing for the city of Port Hueneme, and in terms of the amount, and then a much smaller amount based on the need for the city of Ventura's residents. And then so they raised all the money, took care of everything, and all they asked of us was to help them to distribute it to the impacted residents. And so we went through the effort to distribute on their behalf the gift cards to all of our residents who were impacted. So that was in March of this year, and then in late April, they came back and surprised us with a very nice surprise that they had raised more funds, and we were able to receive an additional 61 of those gift cards. So we have distributed all of those to the residents who were victims of the, I think it was the December 1st severe rainstorm. And as a reminder, the National Weather Service categorized that particular storm as a once in a 10,000 year storm. That's how severe it was. And then the fire department also helped. They have, through the Firefighters Association and the California Fire Foundation, they asked and received $2,750 worth of $250 gift cards. Their program, they call it the SAVE program, to the residents of the Marina Vista apartments here in Oxnard. So they also pitched in. So again, I want to thank the fire department, the fire union, IAFF, Local 1684, as well as the California Fire Foundation for their generous donations to our residents. And that's the end of my updates. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. City Manager, I just want to thank, our staff for distributing those $1,000 gift cards. I know when some of the folks went upstairs to receive them, they're very, very grateful. So, and I know the fire department did too, and all the folks that really helped. It was really, really beneficial to a lot of those folks that got caught in that flood. Thank you for the report. Okay, our next item, this is City Council. It's a time for City Council to come up with a brief announcements on some of their activities, and also if they wish to place any items in the agenda. And council members, we have 3 minutes, and we'll start off with Councilman Arthur Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. First, I want to say thank you for the healthcare workers and nurses who came to speak tonight about some of their concerns at the St. John's Hospital and the health of the Oxnard residents. I know this can affect the quality of life for our city, so that's why I would like to request we bring forward a resolution on this item and have these conversations with the St. John's executive staff to address the issue of outsourcing our monitor techs. A few things that I had done the past 2 weeks. I had a meeting with a representative from WELL, Water Education for Latino Leaders. I believe the former supervisor and city mayor pro tem, Carmen Ramirez, used to sit on their board and also was part of their first cohort. The goal for WELL is to educate elected officials who represent Latinos and Latino elected leaders on water throughout California. They do 2 cohorts a year and take their cohort across California to learn about the water struggles for different public agencies. I encourage my peers to look into this organization, and I look forward to applying to be part of their cohort in the future. Last week, I also joined childcare workers to bring awareness to the potential budget cuts in the governor's May revise. I encourage my peers to look into these potential cuts, because if childcare workers can organize children every day while we're at work, I'm sure they can out-organize the governor and all of us. I was also able to join the mayor at the Public Works Department open house at Oxnard College. I personally enjoyed getting to meet several of the staff members who were here in attendance earlier and seeing how they're always out in the field. We don't always get the privilege to spend time with them or talk to them. They're prioritizing our public health and safety, paving our streets, and maintaining our parks and vehicles, and so much more. And also, it was nice to see the field trips starting when I left, potential public works staff right there. So thank you to the staff for putting that together. And last, I took a tour of our wastewater treatment plant. I want to say thank you to Director Michael Wolf, Tim Beeman, John Hauser, and Luis Ortega for taking the time to educate me and the needs for our facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Perla.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the speakers that spoke. First, I would like to, facts and evidence matter, ladies and gentlemen, and unfortunately they've left. If they do have any facts and data. Fortunately, the city of Oxnard has a whistleblower program in place. I have no idea if St. John's does, but I know that the state of California and the federal government regulate medical industry. There is opportunities to drop a dime where it needs to be dropped. But the one thing I take away from the people that got up and spoke, I understand what it means to put your neck on the line and potentially pay a hell of a price for telling what they claim to be the truth. I have no knowledge whether it's accurate or not, but I do have very intimate knowledge of 3 minutes makes a difference in a person's life. When they don't get the oxygen to the brain, they're brain dead. We've gone through that. Not pretty. So some of the things that they said touched the spot with me. But the individuals to take up and have the guts to come up and say something, identifying themselves in a public meeting where your boss can see it and there may not be protections for them, that's what you call, ladies and gentlemen, I call courage. The other thing, we're going to have some neighborhood council meetings coming up. We have 2 of them tomorrow, Thursday, Rio Lindo. It's going to take place at the Rio Linda School cafeteria, 7 o'clock. But a very big one coming up the Lemonwood neighborhood, same day, Thursday, May 23rd, 7 o'clock, the Lemonwood School cafeteria. Lemonwood was a very active neighborhood. It's kind of fallen off. They're trying to get the neighborhood reactivated. Diane Velza, the INC chair, and others have done a tremendous job to try to get this thing activated. I hope there's a good turnout. They need at least 11 people from the neighborhood there to conduct it, and I hope people will stand up because, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people think that the city council makes everything movers and shakers. It all starts in the neighborhood. It all starts with a local neighborhood, and it starts with a neighborhood council. The following week, there's meetings at the Via Marina neighborhood in Kamala on the 29th, Wednesday the 29th, and 2 weeks later, Wednesday the 5th in Via Marina. I want to thank the city attorney's office, specifically Mr. Ken Roselle. I had the opportunity to attend a Ventura Regional Sanitation District meeting. Some very troubling information came out. I was able to take the advice of my city manager, and I'm grateful for it. And I was able to contact our city attorney, and he did what, ladies and gentlemen, he gets paid for. But he does a good job. He does a tremendously good job. The staff that you have working for you, I would say above anything else, anywhere else around. They're looking out for you. And one last thing I need to say, because it always comes up. Memorial Day, a lot of people will get up and they'll make a deal. Well, these people gave their lives. I grew up in a house much different than that. The people that my family had served with and knew in World War II, nobody came back and said somebody gave their life. Their lives were taken. There's a big difference between giving and taking. Those lives were taken. Please don't ever forget that. That's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Friday, May 10th, I attended a statewide regional meeting put on by California State Transportation Agency in Goleta to deal with the Lausanne corridor. And that's where we all have different levels of people involved in Lausanne. We met in Goleta, and it was a very well-attended function. So, and then last Friday in the morning, I sat on a board meeting for the Coast Rail Coordinating Council. It was done here in these chambers, and we're the rail service from generally Monterey County, Santa Cruz County, or Santa Cruz area, and that whole area up there, we're a Central Coast board. And then after that, I was able to attend a grand opening for Fidelity Record Pressing on Factory Lane. And this is a old school, going back to vinyl records process where they press the records and distribute them nationwide. It was really an interesting opportunity to see how that process works. And I have to shout out to our development services group and public works and everyone that was involved in this, because this was a unique project in that they didn't use out of the box stuff. They custom made everything for the entire project. And it was a real challenge for our development services folks, but they made it work, they got it done, and they did an excellent job. So, and then finally, yesterday was our Lausanne board meeting held at Gold Coast Transit Center, or Transit on Auto Center Drive, and turned out very, very well. So, and then I did have a chance this morning to sit down and meet with some of the United Healthcare workers from St. John's and discuss with them their concerns. And I've communicated with our city manager, and I'm going to be working with some of our staff to see if there's something that the city can do to make sure that our residents get the best health care possible in the best fashion at St. John's Hospital. So these talks will be ongoing. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make sure that I thank Councilmember Valenzuela and my fellow council members, Pro Mayor Brian McDonald. Thank you for taking on, especially Brian, thank you for taking on the St. John's issue. So somebody that visits St. John's often, unfortunately. It's kind of scary to think that somebody is monitoring a heart rate in Arizona. So thank you for taking that on. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilor Madrigal.
Thank you very much. Real quickly, on Thursday, I will be the speaker for the Rio Lindo neighborhood meeting. And echoing my fellow council members' words, thank you guys for taking up this with St. John's. A little bit over 3 years ago, actually, was in the hospital for a few days. So I do understand the importance of, like, every minute does matter. So thank you.
Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank, first off, the speakers who came from St. John's, the monitor techs, and I support us having some kind of conversation continue, and I thank Mayor Pro Tem for pushing that forward with St. John's directly as well. And I absolutely agree that everyone deserves the best possible health care, but especially in communities like Oxnard, where that's not always the case or readily available. We should be providing additional services and additional efforts to ensure that high quality healthcare comes to our community and communities like Oxnard that don't always get those kinds of opportunities. So thank you again for that. Some quick items. I attended the South Bank Neighborhood Council last week, and along with Councilmember Perello. And I want to thank the Neighborhood Council for not only bringing their routine business items and updates to the neighborhood, but also providing hands-only CPR training for those in attendance from the neighborhood. And I want to thank our EMS coordinator, Jaime Villa, for providing that training. And I recall at a recent meeting, our fire chief stating that CPR trained folks and CPR rescues tend to be down right now, and we need folks to be trained in that. And compression only CPR, hands only CPR can make a huge difference versus no CPR at all. So I encourage folks to go and get that. It's very simple and can make all the difference when somebody is in a situation where they need it. The next neighborhood council for District 2 will be River Park Neighborhood Council, and that is June 6th at 6 p.m. at Rio Vista Middle School. It will be an election meeting, and the chair has sent out numerous communications to the residents to inform them of that and let them know anyone who's interested in running for any of the executive board positions, that will be the meeting in which to do so. And I believe I have a slide queued up by Diego, if he can bring that up. Or maybe not yet. Well, I can talk about it verbally. So I apologize that I was not here for the beginning and the ceremonial items. I'll talk about why in just a moment, but I do just want to highlight again that May is Mental Health Month. But every single day and every single month, every single week out of the year, we should be recognizing our own mental wellness and what we are doing to maintain that. And just like folks who may have physical health ailments, whether it be diabetes, hypertension, a sprained ankle, we wouldn't ignore those things. We wouldn't feel shame for having those things. And our mental health should be viewed the same. Thank you, Diego. And so for folks who, any time of the year, not just in May, if you ever want to talk to somebody about you're having a hard time or even thoughts of suicide, you can call 988 from any phone, any landline, any cell phone, anywhere in the country, and you will be connected with a live person to talk to those feelings and those thoughts about. You can also text that number. You would just text it where you put the which phone number you're texting, just type 988 and then type hello or anything in the message box. And you will get responses that are at first automated, but then they will connect you with somebody who is a live person texting with you on the phone. And locally for Ventura County, we have our crisis and referral line, which you can see there, and then our substance use treatment services access line on the bottom. Those are available to Ventura County residents, and they are the first step to accessing those services at low or no cost for many residents. Thank you for that, Diego. So last two things I'll share, if you'll allow me just another quick second here, Mayor. In District 2, we have next week on May 29th, we have a District 2 resident who's turning 100 years old. His name is Mr. Manuel Flores, and he is actually a World War II veteran as well. And his daughter-in-law came to the most recent Sierra Linda Neighborhood Council meeting to make that announcement. And if folks would like to send birthday cards and well wishes to Mr. Flores, they can contact the Sierra Linda Neighborhood Council at sierralinda.hood, so sierralinda.hood@gmail.com, and get information from their chair, Mr. Sergio Garcia, on how to do so. Next Wednesday is when they will be recognizing that, and if you'd like to find out information about how to be part of that, he can provide you that info as well. And my last item is I want to say congratulations to the TRIO Upward Bound graduates for this year. You may have noticed I was gone from the early part of the meeting. I was asked by their staff and the students if I would be willing to give the commencement address at their graduation ceremony. And unfortunately, it conflicted with a city council meeting. And I said, let me figure it out. And so I was here for the very, very first part, stepped away, and then came back. And I was honored to do so. I didn't want to pass that up because I have had the privilege of working with this program in a number of capacities over the years. And I am so honored to not only be able to give that address, but to just be present and see the proud looks on those families and the students who are graduating. All of them first generation college attendees as well. And so congratulations to this year's TRIO Upward Bound graduates. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. And I know we discussed this earlier, but I just want to reiterate again about the police memorial. I want to thank Police Chief Benitez for doing an excellent job, and all the Oxnard PD officers. And also want to thank our council members that attended. Mayor Pro Tem was there. I want to thank you for that. Councilman Perella was there. Councilman Valenzuela was there. Councilman Turan was there. And of course, we had to have people work to pay taxes. I know that Oscar Madrigal and Basua were working. Somebody has to pay taxes, right? But I just want to thank him. And also, again, our staff, our city manager, assistant city manager, and all the directors that were there. It was just, I don't care how many times you go out there, it's very, very emotional, what happened to the officers that gave their lives for our community. So I just want to, again, share that memorial was really excellent. I want to thank the chief again for the good work that he did. And also, I know that we talked about Public Works, Public Works Week at College Park. It's fascinating. I'm like a little boy when I see all this equipment out there, and the fire trucks and the backhoes and the trash trucks and the sewer lines that they have for the kids that haven't seen that, for the youth. They have actually what do they call that unit that goes through the pipes and with a camera? The robot. They're just fantastic, just fantastic. I just want to thank our Michael, Wolf and his staff for an excellent program, And also, again, I want to thank all the people from St. John's. I think all of us use St. John's. I know I've been there many, many times with my family with ER and so forth. And I think it's important that we look into it, Mr. City Manager, see how we can do, and like some of the council members mentioned, maybe we can bring some type of information to the council. So that is really extremely important when you have our people go out there with a heart attack or whatever. I think it's important that we have the wherewithal or the machinery here on hand so we can look at it firsthand. So I want to thank again all the St. John's people that workers that were here today. So with that in mind, then I'm going over to the next item. And this is item L. This is the City Attorney Department. This is resolution of a matter that supports Senate Bill 1137-2022, phasing out of oil, gas productions in California. Recommendation the City Council consider adopting a resolution in the matter of support for phasing out oil and gas production in California, CFROG, Climate First, Replacing Oil and Gas Resolution. And we do have, Mr. City Attorney, you want to share anything before? We have some people that like to speak, but you'd like to share some items in this.
Yes, just to set up the conversation, this was a matter that was requested to come forward to council by Councilmember Valenzuela earlier this year. So I worked with him and the CFROG folks to get this agenda item together for your consideration. And with that, I can turn it over to Councilmember Valenzuela.
And so I'd like to share a couple of items before I go to speakers. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to first say thank you to the CFROG youth for bringing this issue forward and prioritizing protecting our vulnerable communities here in Oxnard and Ventura County. I'm going to borrow a quote from one of the coastal keepers that spoke with us last month. We inherit these lands from our ancestors and we borrow them from our children and future generations. I hope for any other youth throughout Oxnard who are watching or hearing about this resolution can see that anyone can bring forward an important issue to the City Council. This is the power of youth. But I'll share more comments later on after the public speakers.
Thank you. So I'm going to start off with some speakers. We have, I hope I pronounced this correctly, Abra Stewart, followed by Rodney Smith.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem, distinguished council members. My name is Abra Stewart, and I am the program manager at Climate First, Replacing Oil and Gas, or CFROG. CFROG is a local 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to combating the climate crisis by helping to shape the just transition away from fossil fuels to a carbon-free economy on California's Central Coast, specifically within Ventura County. And I'm here tonight to respectfully urge the City Council to recognize the environmental and public health threats that climate change exacerbated by the combustion and extraction of fossil fuels poses to the citizens of Oxnard, and to take action by passing this resolution in support of phasing out oil and gas production. More than anything, I'm urging you to listen to the young people in this room tonight. Part of my work at CFROG centers around helping to educate and engage youth from all across Ventura County on how to get involved in a variety of social issues. Specifically, I run a program that helps to teach high school and college-age students tools for civic engagement. Each year, they work to grow and hone their civic engagement skills around a specific issue or advocacy project. And this year, our students have chosen to engage with local elected bodies and urge them to take climate action. And these students are here with me tonight. All of the young people behind me are incredibly intelligent and passionate about justice for the people of Oxnard and our planet as a whole. These are young people that you were elected to represent and serve in their best interest, and it's not lost on them what is at stake as they stare down this climate crisis that they have inherited. They have expressed fear for what is to come if business as usual continues, if the people that were elected to represent them don't use their power and influence for positive change. They have also demonstrated immense courage and grit and a desire to take an active part in making that essential change happen, and that's why they're here tonight. Most of them aren't even old enough to vote for you, but they are all old enough to know and understand and fear the consequences of inaction in the face of climate change. They are old enough to remember how their elected leaders did or did not stand up for and protect their community in a time of climate crisis. Oxnard is the largest city and the third largest oil and gas producing county in the state of California. Oxnard is also the largest city in the fastest warming county in the entire lower 48 states all across all of the US. You have the chance tonight to make a commitment to foster a better legacy for Oxnard as a leader in putting the health and safety of your citizens before the greed of the fossil fuel industry. So as you listen to these young people's comments, I implore you to really, truly hear their stories, interwoven with the undeniable facts and the reality of climate change happening right here, right now in Oxnard. I hope you will take their words and the facts to heart and vote to adopt this resolution. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Rodney Smith, followed by Uli Levette. Rodney Smith.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and members of the council. So my name is Rodney Smith, and I'm a current senior at Oxnard Middle College High School, and a long-life resident of Oxnard as well. So I come before you all to emphasize my support and urge each of you to adopt a set of resolutions addressing various concerns of mine and those of other fellow youth here in Oxnard. I have witnessed the effects of climate change within our county, city, and even school districts. I was recently a volunteer at a local K through 12 school as a basketball coach for 3rd and 4th graders, and these children, our city's legacy, our future legacy, are filled with optimism and passion about the upcoming future. However, that future will be distorted if we don't address our climate change crisis. I have had one of my players collapse to the ground due to an asthma attack. I have noticed the trend of children experiencing asthma more frequently. This could be attributed to rising temperatures and decreased air quality affecting kids by increasing asthma attacks and allergies. Unfortunately, California is projected to lead to high rates of poor health outcomes, such as asthma, especially within our children. I am deeply concerned about our future generations, and we must act accordingly. Therefore, I urge the adoption of the set of resolutions that we propose today. Thank you.
Thank you. Levette, followed by Miguel Heredia.
Hello, my name is Ula Levitt, and I am 17 years old. I have lived in Ventura County my whole life. Today, I have come here to strongly urge the Oxnard City Council to realize how important saving our planet is and how much it affects the animals and people living in it. That is why passing the resolution to support the phasing out of oil and gas production, agenda item H1, is extremely critical. I am so passionate about helping the environment and doing everything I can in my life to make a difference. In my high school, I am president of the environmental club, and being in that leadership position has allowed me to see how devoted and committed young people can be. We are all here today because we know that we only have one Earth and we need to protect it. I am so concerned with our generation and future generations' health due to oil wells. There is so much evidence that shows that exposure to toxic chemicals and emissions from oil drilling and fracking causes a huge amount of health problems. More than 2.7 million Californians live within 3,200 feet of an existing and operational oil and gas well. The majority of neighborhoods near oil wells are communities of color and low-income communities. They are disproportionately impacted by oil and gas drilling. By passing the resolution, it will show that Oxnard is committed to helping protect our health and our planet's health. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Miguel Heredia, followed by Adriana Beguir. Miguel.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and honorable council members. My name is Miguel Heredia, and I'm a 15-year-old freshman attending Rancho Cucamonga High School and a proud citizen of Oxnard. I'm present here today to urge the adoption of our climate aiding resolutions. As a descendant of low-income residents to Ventura County, I've experienced the effects of climate change firsthand. I've grown up in the La Colonia area and cannot emphasize enough how many hardships my community faces to climate change. A simple commute near the Ava Energy Corporation oil wells near the eastern part of Oxnard can leave an unpleasant, harmful scent lingering around. These oil wells are known to emit large amounts of pollutants such as carbon dioxide, black carbon, and methane, which not only contribute to climate change, but also have been known to severely harm the health of those nearby. For instance, onset of asthma, headaches, respiratory diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and are just some of the health impacts of living near these wells. Now simply imagine those living within close proximity of these establishments. Imagine those who work in the fields surrounding the wells. Picture how much harm spending days, weeks, months, and possibly years in the area can cause. Would you want to live near these wells? Would you want to work in these fields every day? I personally have only gotten a taste of it, with some within easy viewing distance of the wells. Analysis of oil and gas permitting across California shows that more than 8,000 residents of Ventura County live within 2,500 feet of an oil well, 60% of those being Latino. I am deeply concerned about the health and well-being of not only my friends and family, but the community as a whole. That being so, I strongly urge the adoption of our resolutions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Adrianas, I'm sorry. Sorry for mispronouncing your name.
It's okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Zaragoza and honorable city council members. My name is Dries Vergeer, and I'm a high school freshman from Ventura, here in solidarity with my friends and peers who live in Oxnard. Urging you today to pass the proposed resolution under agenda item H1. Oil and gas production in Ventura County is an issue that needs to be addressed. Continued reliance and production of fossil fuels perpetuates the climate crisis, causing natural disasters and rising temperatures that already have and will undoubtedly continue to affect the residents of Ventura County. Our resolution asks for your support in transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable energy, plugging idle oil/gas wells, and holding polluters accountable for the cost of doing so, and sustaining the upholding of Senate Bill 1137. I'm no stranger to the impending threats of oil and gas production. In 2016, after an oil pipeline broke in Hall Canyon, the nearby Prince Barranca was flooded with over 44,000 gallons of crude oil. This Barranca directly neighbors a residential neighborhood, the one that I live in. Crude oil is a petroleum product that, under California Proposition 65, is linked to cancer, reproductive harm, and developmental toxins. This bill highlights the concerns surrounding oil and gas wells/pipelines and their direct threats, especially when placed near residential areas. In December of 2017, a small brush fire was reported, but when agitated by Santa Ana winds, I found myself on the night of the 5th of December, an 8-year-old child, looking out from my bedroom window at the adjacent hillside, which was ablaze in flames. As a result of the Thomas fire, my school was canceled for nearly a month and a half, as air quality warnings advised everyone to stay indoors. After the fire burned the hillside, a thin layer of ash covered almost all of Ventura. Now I know that this wildfire ash is carcinogenic. It's clear that higher temperatures and dry conditions linked to climate change have exacerbated the risks and damages of wildfires, including the Thomas fire. Concluding on a less climate doom-inducing note, progress is being made rapidly. Billions of dollars are being invested in clean energy, and tens of thousands of climate-related jobs are being created with the support of community advocates and elected officials working hard for positive change. You have an opportunity tonight to join in this positive action towards creating a safe, sustainable, and healthy future for Oxnard and all of those who call Ventura County home by supporting our proposed resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sierra Weldon, followed by Rihanna Macias. Sierra.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and distinguished council members. My name is Sierra Whalen. I am a student fellow with Climate First, Replacing Oil and Gas, where I help to design and facilitate CFROG's Environmental Voices Academy. But above all, I am a resident of Ventura County, and I have been for all 18 years of my life. I'm an alumnus of the Oxnard Union High School District, and I am now a student within the Ventura County Community College District, and I will be serving as the 2024 to 2025 Ventura County Community College District Student Trustee. In my role, I will represent approximately 30,000 students across Moore Park, Oxnard, and Ventura College, of which roughly 8,000 are students at Oxnard College. Oxnard College students and Oxnard residents are deliberately and disproportionately affected by the fossil fuel industry. In Oxnard City alone, there are 227 active and idle wells that emit toxic pollutants such as benzene and other irritants into the air, often just feet from homes, schools, parks, and hospitals. These targeted low-income communities of color should not be stripped of their right to clean air, water, and land. Oxnard should not be treated as a sacrifice zone. But beyond my role as student trustee, I'm a student athlete and have grown up playing soccer and running track my entire life. But my entire life, I have also reaped the consequences of our dependency on fossil fuels, the consequences sown by the fossil fuel industry. Student athletes face a much higher risk of respiratory issues, reduced athletic performance, increased risk of injuries, and long-term health implications. These consequences are only magnified by the exposure to pollution and polluting compounds, which is not so fortunate for student athletes training near oil wells or heavily trafficked roads or highways. But the root of the issue does not only lie in location, but in our unwavering and unconcerned use of fossil fuels. But before I'm a student athlete, I'm a daughter. I'm the daughter of a current firefighter and the granddaughter of a now retired firefighter. To make a simple connection, fossil fuels contribute to climate change, leading to an increase in devastating wildfires. The repercussions of wildfires are not only damage to nature and animals, property damage, continued pollution, and health concerns, but wildfires also pose a hazardous and imminent threat to firefighters, where for every 1,000 wildfires, there are 7 deaths and 21 injuries amongst firefighters. People like my father and my grandfather are first responders in disasters like these. These people are putting their lives at risk because of a grossly selfish industry that is only causing harm. So Chair and board members, please hear me on behalf of students, athletes, and families of first responders as I urge you to adopt the resolutions that my peers and I have put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ariana Macias, followed by Ahai Solis.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and honorable council members. My name is Ariana. I live in the Ventura County, and I'm a junior in high school. I'm deeply passionate about the environment, and I care about the well-being of our future. Young kids are meant to play outside and connect with nature and themselves. They should be given the opportunity to see what the world has to offer. However, children are much more vulnerable to diseases caused by poor air quality because they spend more time outdoors. The environment impacts of these oil and gas wells are causing several air pollution. This is harming people's well-being. This is also developing asthma and elevating infectious diseases, especially in these frontline communities. The youth counts on council members like you to speak up for the rights of people who need their voices heard and their needs met. Above all, their health. We are seeing disproportionate health effects to low-income communities because they live in such proximity to active oil and gas sites. In fact, 2.7 million Californians live within 3,200 feet of an oil well. Ventura County has 8,000 residents living within 2,500 feet of an oil well, 60% of these residents being Latino. We are making irreversible changes to the environment. As scientists predict that we will be seeing these changes by 2050. We are already experiencing extreme droughts, storms, wildfires, and unprecedented heats that are affecting Oxnard citizens, meaning that we must take action now and prevent the biggest mistake of our lifetime. We care about our future, and we hope that you care as much as we do. As a youth, there is so much we can do. We hope that our voices can be heard through you. We hope that you care as much as we do because you are our hope. I urge you to pass the proposed resolution to accelerate the process of eliminating oil and gas extraction in California. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ahai Solis, followed by Lise Swartz.
Hello, Honorable Judge Zaragoza and City Council members. My name is Anais Solis. As an Oxnard College student and a fellow with cause, I'm here today to request your support that agenda item number H1 be accepted. This is a resolution that proposes the phasing out of oil and gas production in California, and I urge you to consider its significance to our county and to the environment. To really understand the impacts of oil drilling on my life and the lives of countless others, I must go back to December of 2017. At the time, I was in 7th grade and was at the young age of 12 years old. I was halfway through the school year when the devastating Thomas Fire began, and the fire raged for over a month. Hundreds and thousands of residents had to evacuate their homes, and many lost their homes to the fire. Later in my 8th grade year, in November of 2018, the Woolsey Fire started, and the devastation to Ventura County only grew. It may seem like a stretch to mention wildfires when it comes to the effects of oil drilling. However, studies have shown a direct link between wildfires and fossil fuel companies. A peer-reviewed study by the Union of Concerned Scientists found that emissions traced back to big fossil fuel producers contributed to the long-term increase of the atmosphere's drying power, which is strongly influenced by human-caused climate change. It does not stop there, as top fossil fuel producers such as Chevron and ExxonMobil are responsible for 37% of the total area burned by forest fires since the mid-1980s in the western United States and southwestern Canada. Along with every other student in my school, I was forced out of the classroom due to terrible air quality and had to put my education on hold. At the young age of 12 and 13, I was overjoyed to have a break from school. However, the consequences were not joyful. I have suffered from asthma since a young age, which according to the American Lung Association is disproportionately more common in people with a family income below the poverty threshold. So I had to stay inside at all times for fear that my asthma would be worsened by the terrible air quality. However, many others did not have the luxury of being able to stay home. My parents own their own business in Port Hueneme, and many of their clients are immigrant farm workers. Those farm workers would tell my parents how hard it was working in the fields during the fires due to the thick smoke, which felt suffocating. However, they did not have the choice to stay home. They had bills to pay and children to support, so they pushed through, which further highlights how disproportionately the community members of Oxnard are affected by oil drilling, and we are a city that has been built around our agriculture industry. I come before you in solidarity with Climate First replacing oil and gas and ask that you pass the resolution proposed to you in order to protect the well-being of the residents you have sworn to represent as city council members. Thank you.
Thank you. Elise Schwartz, followed by PHU Tran. Elise Schwartz.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Zaragoza and distinguished council members. My name is Elise Schwartz, and as a resident of Ventura County, I feel that it is my responsibility to be here today to respectfully urge the Oxnard City Council to approve agenda item H1, the resolution that will endorse a sustainable future. I still remember celebrating Earth Day when I was in elementary school, and my peers and I were taught to recycle, ride our bikes, and also turn off the faucet when we brush our teeth. And I thought that this was all there was to save the Earth. And these simple practices are great to teach little kids, but we're not little kids anymore, so we need to do more than this. Rather than continue to accept this traditional narrative, we must truly address environmental injustice through systemic change. Ventura County is the fastest warming county in the lower 48 states, and it is no coincidence that Ventura County is also the third largest oil and gas producing county in California. Not only do fossil fuel emissions lead to rising temperatures that we've been experiencing, but they also affect the health and safety of those living nearby. As my peers have stated earlier, I just want to reiterate that more than 8,000 residents of Ventura County live in close proximity to oil and gas wells, and the majority of them are people of color. Areas of the Oxnard Plain that surround neighborhoods contain many wells near people's homes, and this is despite the fact that buffer zones are strongly recommended, and this is because of studies that have shown that oil drilling is a danger to human health. The pollution that oil extraction creates has been shown to cause severe headaches, childhood leukemia, asthma symptoms, birth defects, and cardiac problems. Our community members deserve better than this. In order to protect our community and the environment, oil and gas extraction must be phased out. Renewable energy must be prioritized, and 3,200-foot health and safety setback distances between oil extraction and sensitive sites must be encouraged. I respectfully urge the Oxnard City Council to adopt our resolution and protect the health and safety of our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. PHU Tran, followed by Sofia Magallon.
Mayor Zaragoza and honorable council members, when you hear of the word future, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? To me, the word future represents an opportunity, and an opportunity for our children, the future generation, to grow. But how will they grow if the environment around them isn't safe? For this reason, I, Phu Tran, a student in the Oxnard Union High School District, stand here today to speak on behalf of my generation and to fight for the safety of the generations that follow behind. Allow me to briefly introduce myself. At just the age of 7, my family and I immigrated to America in pursuit of opportunity, an opportunity to change our lives for the better. The opportunity is reflected in who I am as a person as I strive to not waste any chances that are given to me, because to me, that is the American dream. My American dream doesn't stop there. It goes beyond a desire to change my own life as I want to achieve much more and help many others. That is why I took on the opportunity to intern at Westminster Free Clinic in Oxnard to serve my community and to give back to the people. As I have done so for the past 3 years, I have encountered many patients with various cases. However, the most notable instance has to be when a young patient arrived with respiratory problems. It was an asthma attack. Where does asthma even come from? A question that has lingered with me ever since I helped that doctor examine that child. Since this occurrence happened to me last year, I have been wondering about that question nonstop. I pondered, but I was unable to come up with a solution. That wasn't until I made a crucial connection. Asthma is mostly caused by respiratory disorders, and respiratory illnesses are often caused by air pollution. Now, let's all take a quick pause and think about that. What is the primary cause of air pollution? It is the extraction and combustion of fossil fuels. As an aspiring doctor, this reality concerns me. It really hurts me to see these health concerns disproportionately impacting the youngest and the most vulnerable population, our children. Climate change plays such a pivotal role in these young students' health, dictating how safe it is for them to play outside and how easy or difficult it will be for them to breathe. That is why I am here today to ask you to adopt this resolution and show your support for a safer and cleaner environment for my generation and for all the generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sofia Magallon, followed by Jessica Gonzalez.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Zaragoza and City Council members. My name is Sophie Magallon, and I am the Environmental Justice Policy Advocate at CAUSE and a lifelong resident of Oxnard. CAUSE is a local nonprofit that works towards a just and environmentally safe future for our families and our youth. CAUSE is here in solidarity with other local environmental organizations, especially CFROG and their youth, to respectfully urge our city decision makers to use your power to vote for environmental and public health of our families by passing this resolution, agenda item H1, in support of phasing out oil and gas production. You have the chance to make a commitment here today to create a better future for Oxnard as a leader in putting the health and safety of your citizens before the greed of the fossil fuel industry. Ventura County, as many have mentioned, is the third largest oil and gas producing county in the state of California, while also being the fastest warming county in the whole United States. We have 2,000 unplugged oil wells in our county, flooding our communities with toxic pollutants and harmful irritant substances. Hundreds of these wells surround the city of Oxnard in the Oxnard Plains and leak methane and other pollutants, posing threats to our drinking water, the land we grow our food on, and contaminating the air we breathe. Passing this resolution means supporting a 32,000-foot health and safety setback distances between oil extraction and sensitive sites like our homes and schools. Children are the most vulnerable to the diseases caused by poor air quality because they spend more time outside, have immature and developing lungs, and breathe in more per body weight. These setbacks would protect school children from their high health risk from fossil fuel contamination. Passing this resolution also means holding the multi-billion-dollar industry accountable for paying for damages that their production causes. Regardless of the oil industry profiting at the expense of our health and safety, the cost of oil well cleanup falls on our tax-paying families. It is unacceptable for individuals to bear the health burden of harmful industry practices, and it is also unacceptable for our families to be burdened by a responsibility to pay for cleaning up abandoned wells. Please set the pace for our county and our state by passing this resolution that will protect citizens of Oxnard from public health harms posed by oil drilling and gas production. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Gonzalez, followed by Odette Marin. Gonzalez.
Good evening, honorable council members and Major Zaragoza. My name is Jessica Gonzalez, and I am a student at Oxnard College and a fellow at CFROG. I am also a longtime resident of Oxnard and care deeply about the community and environment that I call home. I come here today to respectfully urge the Oxnard City Council to support the approval of Agenda H1, a resolution that calls for a sustainable future. As a young woman and scholar towards building my life and career, I am concerned with the proximity of fossil fuels and also oil drilling sites to residential areas in Oxnard and the significant negative impacts that this has on both people and the local ecosystem. The extraction, processing, and transportation of fossil fuels can lead to air and water pollution, which in turn can cause respiratory issues, cardiovascular problems, and other health concerns for residents. Additionally, oil spills from drilling sites can contaminate nearby beaches and harm marine life. I was part of Marine Science Academy in high school, and I, during that time, got to visit a lot of beaches, and each of the beaches that I visited had tar laying around them, and they would stick to my shoes, and they would be like hardly impossible to take off. In the case of Oxnard, where beautiful beaches are marred by tar and fossil fuels infrastructure, passing this resolution would not only mean protecting our natural environment, but also protecting our economy, which is largely built on tourism. Protecting the environment from further contamination can help preserve local ecosystems and marine habitats, which is crucial for safeguarding wildlife diversity in the area, while also maintaining Oxnard's appeal as a tourist destination. By ensuring cleaner beaches free from oil spill tar, tourism in Oxnard could thrive even more as visitors are drawn to its pristine natural beauty. Additionally, Ventura County is the fastest growing county in the lower 48 states, meaning that we start to feel the effects of climate change before the rest of the country. By passing this resolution, Oxnard City Council would be making the reasonable decision to protect and improve the overall health well-being of our residents by reducing exposure to harmful pollutants, leading to lower rates of respiratory illnesses and other health conditions associated with fossil fuel pollution. Ultimately, passing such a resolution demonstrates a commitment to prioritizing public health and environmental conservation over short-term economic gains derived from fossil fuels extraction. It signals an investment in sustainable development that considers the long-term well-being of both people and nature in Oxnard. So with this said, I come here to ask that you support the resolution that appears. Thank you.
Okay, Odette Marin, followed by Elena del Aguila. Odette?
Good afternoon, or excuse me, good evening, everyone. My name is Odette. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I'm a youth and young adult organizer with Cause in Oxnard. And I'm here to support all of these young CFROG folks who have worked tirelessly to bring this resolution before you. Today, you've heard a lot about the different health impacts that living next to oil industries and gas industries have, and a few of the climate change impacts that we've really seen. And want to add that a curiosity for the floods that our city has experienced and how these might also be linked to climate change. There is no doubt in my mind that Oxnard is an environmental justice community. There is industry wherever we see, and when it comes to oil, according to CalGEM's map, District 1 and District 5, Lemonwood and Oxnard Shores specifically, for still to this day, live within 3,200 feet of an oil well, experiencing these direct impacts. I think a lot of folks in our community really see these oil wells in their community and have been trying to raise awareness of it, whether it be by coming together with meetings, gathering petition signatures, raising awareness of the health impacts. However, we have seen that the pockets of oil money run deep, and oftentimes whenever we do say something about things, it feels like our efforts since the community our community health comes last. And so when it comes to this, however, despite all of the things that we've experienced, I will say that a few of us spent this past weekend knocking doors and calling folks who live next to these oil wells. And there are still people who want to know what happens, who want to know what to do, and who are watching us today to see what decision you make on this resolution before you today. And so I hope that you lean into this hope that a lot of Oxnard residents have when it comes to having our health come first, despite of having all of the different impacts and different, all of the different things that we've seen that all of these big industries have done to really make sure that it's not a priority. And so thank you so much for your time, and thank you for Sea Frogs and our young folks here who put in all of this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Elma del Aguila, followed by Gary Welling.
Hello, City Council members. Thank you so much for listening to all of our youth speakers and other community members. My name is Elma del Aguila. I am the Civic Engagement Manager at CAUSE, but before that, I'm a resident of Oxnard. I'm a product, so to say, of Oxnard. I'm 25 years old. I went to 4 different elementary schools here in Oxnard: Harrington, Brecky, Rose Avenue, and Chris McAuliffe. I went to Frank Middle School and Channel Islands High School. I attended classes at Oxnard College, and with the help of counselors at our schools, some amazing counselors, I was able to attend one of our universities here in California, UC Davis. I spent a couple of years working there and eventually made the decision to move back to Oxnard because I wanted to establish my life here. I wanted to establish a career here, a family. But unless you all are able to protect that future with resolutions such as this one, I don't see that as being possible. Earlier, you all congratulated our Public Works Department in supporting our community and protecting, the health, safety. Well, why is this not also a priority in protecting, let's say, the residents of Lemonwood, right? Where we have oil wells literally in Lemonwood Park, right in front of the elementary school, that over the years have been documented to cause ground poisoning. And yet, it's taken all the way up until this time to even start talking about a resolution in this fashion. And so I look to, what do I want to do? Just as a resident, I'm trying to save up for a mortgage. I want to buy a home. But ultimately, why would I choose to buy a home if you all aren't willing to protect our parks from pollutants? If you're not willing to protect our children from being exposed to harmful toxin? Willing to protect me from, if I were to ever get pregnant and, being exposed to these kinds of pollutants and having birth defects for future children. At that point, and then I go to St. John's Hospital and realize that we don't even have proper care for any of these issues going on. So again, I ask, where is the intentionality? Where is that sense of urgency for our residents in the same way that you all have showed urgency today with our Public Works Department, with our police department, with our veterans? I respect those individuals, but I ask you to look at the youth who are looking to establish their lives, their futures. I ask that you pass this resolution and ultimately make Oxnard a home and a protected community. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Welling.
Thank you, everyone. Is climate change real? Of course, yes. I think we should be focusing on reducing demand instead of reducing supply. So I think not drilling oil in California is actually counterproductive if we don't also reduce demand for that oil. So consider, for example, you drill some oil in LA County. It's going to go to LA County to be refined, and then it's going to go to some gas station in LA County to be used. Let's say we stop that. Then where's that oil going to come from? Saudi Arabia is going to have to come halfway across the planet in order to get here. That's kind of counterproductive. It's better to use the oil, to make the oil where it's used instead of carting it across the ocean all the way across the planet. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk, any additional speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any additional speakers on this item, virtually or in person.
Thank you, Councilman Valenzuela.
Yes, thank you for all the youth who came to speak on this item. Very inspirational, and I know our future and our present are in good hands if we put the power in it. Before I continue my comments, I also wanted to thank Mayor Zaragoza and Councilmember Tehran for helping me draft this resolution. Very appreciative of your support and collaboration on this. So I myself am a blue-collar worker. I work at the Port of Wainimi as a longshoreman, and health and safety is my top priority. I know, for example, at work, my coworkers and I are on the front line breathing in these diesel fumes or heavy equipment exhausts aboard ro-ro ships and just being on the dock. To credit some of these industries, they are moving towards zero-emission equipment to protect workers and our community. In regards to oil and gas production, it's not only the workers that breathe in the exhaust, but also the greater community. Reducing our dependency on oil and gas in the state of California is a crucial step for the health and safety for Oxnard and Ventura County. This November, California voters will have the opportunity to uphold Senate Bill 1137 or repeal it. This is our democratic process. As stated in the resolution, there are more than 8,000 Ventura County residents within 2,500 feet of oil wells. We have a responsibility to our residents and our youth to take a stance on this proposition before us. I ask my peers to support this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank all of the speakers who came out. I appreciate CFrog for giving me some of your time as well when we had met about this prior to it coming to this place where we are tonight. I want to point out a couple of very important things that are happening here tonight as well. The resolution language, the process that it took for us to get here. And again, thank you to Councilmember Valenzuela and to Mayor Zaragoza for the collaborative effort on this, and to CFrog for their attention to this as well. But in addition to that, as was stated by a couple of the speakers and by Councilmember Valenzuela, this is the democratic process. And I've worked with youth my entire career, over 20 years now, and something that I've been saying for many years to young people that I don't think is said enough is that you all have a voice in this, in your community, in your local government, and it doesn't matter your age, doesn't matter your ability to vote, doesn't matter anyone's citizenship status. Anyone who lives in the jurisdiction or works in that jurisdiction or has any relation or connection to that jurisdiction has the right, a constitutional right, to speak to that government, to the governing body, to their elected officials, what they agree and disagree with that's happening within that community. And young people especially, I believe, need to hear that more and more. And unfortunately, there are forces out there that I believe would prefer they not know that. And so for you all to not only have full belief and full effort into moving this item forward that you saw as important to you, but also getting it to your local government and getting it to resolution and showing up here in solidarity with yourselves and other organizations just speaks volumes of your dedication to this and your resolution in this. So I want to commend you and thank you for that. Another item that was stated in the comments that certainly stood out to me is in the equity on this. And with communities like Oxnard, things have been inequitable, especially in certain neighborhoods and certain communities for a long time. Decisions made decades ago that were done with little regard to public health and public safety, and things that we now in 2024 are having to deal with. And I am never a council member who will say, well, that's not my problem, it was done before I got here. Doesn't matter. I was elected to serve the community. There are going to be issues that I am going to inherit. I didn't decide on them, but I still got to deal with them. And that's what I'm here to do. And so when we look at decisions that were made many, many decades ago in numerous parts of the city, we still have to deal with it as elected members today. And this is one of the ways that we can start to address some of these inequities that happen throughout the city of Oxnard and communities like it. And I'm looking at a map of the CalGEM GIS website, and just looking at the number of idle and capped wells that we have throughout our community, also looking at West Ventura and the northern part of Ventura Avenue. And I invite the public to go and look at that, to get a bird's eye view of just how many wells we have. And then just for funsies, I look at, as you travel east to the East County, how they dissipate. And I have to think in 2024, if somebody said, hey, guess what? We found a well that is not tapped. We can get this, we can get some great oil and gas production out of Las Posas Estates. Let's do it. Do you think that that community would say, bring it on? Drill, baby, drill, will they say it? I don't know. I'd love to see that conversation though. And I appreciate all of the comments and all the perspectives brought tonight. I would say that reducing demand certainly is another strategy. We should be doing both. We should be reducing supply and demand. When we talk about supply, we look at the resolution language. This is within a certain proximity to vulnerable communities, communities that have not always had that type of consideration. It's incumbent on me as an elected official to ensure health, safety, and wellness for all of our community, but sometimes more health, safety, and wellness to make up for past decisions that didn't assure that for residents back then and for today. So with that, I certainly will be supporting this resolution. Again, thank you, Councilmember Valenzuela, Mayor Zaragoza, and to CFROG and CAUSE for all of your work tonight, and thank you to all the young people who came out to give us their thoughts on it, and to anyone who brought their perspective forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, I just want to thank all of you this evening, for being here today. I know it's probably late for you. I don't think it's late for youth, but thank you for being here, and the intelligence that went in making all these presentations is really appreciated very, very much. Thank you for all your support and all your work that you put together, and thank CFROG, for the work that they do to protect the environment. So this item says, recommendation City Council consider adopting a resolution in the matter of support for phasing out oil and gas production in California, CFROG. Climate First, replace oil and gas. Do we have a motion to approve this item?
I move to approve.
Second.
Councilman Pearl.
Yeah.
First, and then we'll go for a second.
I'd like to address a couple of things, Mayor, if I can.
Go ahead.
Number one, I appreciate the eloquence with which the speaker spoke. I mean, it's your credit at your age to be able to come up and talk to the podium. I don't think this is the very first time you've ever done this. You probably practiced. You're very good, and you're to be complimented. As a matter of fact, I've been doing this not from here, but from the audience. I recall the very first speaker when she was a little girl and her mom and dad brought her in here, and it was a long time ago. My concerns on this are twofold. There have been some comments made by council members with respect to the needs. And there's a couple of things with an elected official. Health, safety, but there's a third leg to this. It's called welfare. Health, safety, and welfare. Biggest thing an elected official is supposed to do. In the actual body of the item, I support nearly everything that's on here. But in the actual body of the item, I'll give you some examples for the younger people that are here, but for the older that are on the council members, maybe not so old, but they're elected officials. On page 13 of the item, the second statement, there's been one of the speakers addressed it. And again, fantastic speakers. I wished I could have spoken 1/3 of the ability that you have when I was at your age. Whereas Ventura County has 2,367 orphan and idled wells with hundreds surrounding the city of Oxnard in the Oxnard Plains. That leak methane and other pollutants at an average of 67%. There's not really a good explanation of what the 67% is. Just a point. If you're going to do it, you need to do a little better job. But the next one, whereas the cost of cleaning up all those idle and orphan wells in Ventura County is estimated at $776 million and has the potential to create 1,800 jobs. But the current funds available from oil operators is significantly inadequate, posing a major threat to taxpayers. I'd stop right there. The lesson: past wrongs sometimes are inherited by the elected officials. Councilman Madrigal is 100%, Councilman Turan is 100% right. I can't go, it's somebody else's fault, somebody did it. I'm collecting the check, and I'm sitting in the seat, and I'm on the hook for a decision to do the best that I can for the residents of the city that I represent, not just the district that elected me here. In the past, there were plans for College Park, Sports Park, Campus Park, swimming pool, all kinds of things. And the best of intentions, I hope, were put in the plans for those things. And what was missing? The money. And here we have an item that potentially, successful, $776 million, with the potential to create 800 jobs. I just want to point out again, when you want to get it right, because somebody else will question you a lot better prepared than myself. Those 1,800 jobs, the footnote is number 16. In the footnote, all it says is IDBID. No explanation of what the 800 jobs or how valid that is. Facts and evidence matter. But I'll assume the $776 million is pretty close. But the last line of that whereas a major threat to taxpayers. If this is successful, and I hope the outcome of this is that we do everything we can for clean air, better health, and everything else, who do you think is going to pay for it? There was an election at the Board of Supervisors, and there's been a change. May I still speak?
Yes.
There was an election at the Board of Supervisors, and there was a big change. There's been a big change. The people in positions of elected officials, exactly why you're talking to us, we're elected officials, you're hoping to get us to take the action that you request. I point out, that is something that causes me heartburn. I'm going to be approving something that's going to potentially cost my residents more and more and more money. And unfortunately, we live in the state of California, and I'm damn lucky to live in the state of California, born here. Damn lucky. I don't want to leave. But we have something, and I hope you understand what this word means. California is famous for something called unfunded mandates. I tell you to do something, I want you to buy an electric car. I want you to do this, I want you to do that. But it's up to you to figure out how to buy it. They're not going to help you out to do it. And with respect to cleaning up the air and we're going to do away with the oil and gas, I happen to subscribe to the local paper and the LA Times. And the LA Times has had some great stories about the energy situation. The amount of energy that we get from out of state, from coal-powered power plants, that's impacting residents in other states. So we can go all solar. I serve on a Clean Power Alliance. We're doing a very good job trying to clean up the air here. But it's impacting other people that are having to produce energy because we want to buy it from somewhere else, and we're not really too concerned about their health and welfare. The other part, the issue about the oil companies cleaning up, I mentioned there's been a change at the Board of Supervisors and there's laws. I am concerned the city of Oxnard takes an action, and I'll support this. The city of Oxnard takes an action and we get sued. Which one of you want to give up something to help us pay for the attorneys that need to protect you and the rest of the citizens of Oxnard? Ma'am, I understand your concerns and I appreciate you speaking, but you need to realize that money comes from somewhere. Your grandpa and your grandma, your mom and your dad, and you.
Don't, yeah, please.
And so I appreciate all the work that went into this, but I will tell you, this comes from my gut. And my gut tells me don't say anything. My head is saying shut up and tell them. I sat as a council member on this board when hard votes came, very hard votes, starting with Sanctuary City, then abortion, then gun control. I didn't dodge or run from any of them. We've had members that sat on this council that pushed those issues, 2 of them. And when they got to the Board of Supervisors, they were silent. So remember some of the things that you ask for. People will go on the hook and take a stand. But if you don't pay attention, as was mentioned, District 1 and District 5, if you don't pay attention and check that people don't even vote, everyone has the right, whether you're a citizen or not, and I want to correct Councilman Turan. You don't have to live in the area. I can come from Timbuktu and speak at this council. That's the blessing of being an American. But those are my concerns, Mayor. Thank you for letting me share them. Thank you for letting me exceed the time.
Thank you, Councilman Valenzuela. We got it first, and do you want to go ahead and share some more information?
Yes, I just wanted to inform Councilmember Perello on that 16 footnote. IBID means in the same source. So it succeeds footnote number 15. It's the same document, and it comes from the SierraClubs.org's website for that information right there. Just which, if it was on the electronic version, you could click on the link and find it. Just wanted to let you know.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Okay, so we got a first on this item. Do we a second? Second by Councilman Turan. Please vote.
Mayor, we have a motion by Councilmember Valenzuela. We have a second by Councilmember Turan. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our youth. Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor Zaragoza?
Yes, sir.
Could we have a 5-minute break, please?
Okay, let's 5-minute break. Thank you. Wait, no. Thank you. We're back from recess, and we go into item I, and this is a review of the consent agenda items. And we have 1 to 7 items. Council members, any items they'd like to share at this time before we vote?
Mr. Mayor, I have comments about 3 and 7.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem 3 and 7,
6 and 7.
and 6 and 7 for Bert.
And Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself from voting on certain items.
7.
Well, on 7?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem 3 and 7.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start out with item 7. I recused myself last time because I thought I potentially had a conflict. In speaking with the city attorney's office today, they informed me that they did a deeper dive into the matter and determined that I do not have a conflict and therefore can vote on the item tonight. On item 3, I don't know if the applicant's here or not. Mr. Pengilli, did they happen to show up or? Okay. I just have a couple comments for them. If maybe someone could relay them to the applicants. Several of us got an email over the weekend about trying to get to residents of the senior center behind there and because of construction traffic. And I called around the staff and asked several people, is there anything we can do about this? Well, the general response I got was probably not. I would respectfully disagree with that comment, and I think there's a process in our system where if a council member or a planning commission requests to appeal an item, they can bring it back to council or planning commission for reconsideration. I would hate to go down that road. I really don't want to, but if the construction workers from the project are not being good neighbors and trying to help out other people get their loved ones in and out and get to medical appointments, that may happen. So I would prefer not to do that, but if somebody can just relay the word to them that, hey, your name came up during a council meeting, and maybe you need to reassess how you're working with your people there.
Mayor Pro Tem Jeff Pengilli, I'd be happy to do that. But to update a bit, as of yesterday, I believe, there's temporary no parking signs up and down that road. All the superintendents got together, made sure their crews were out of there and were not affecting parking and traffic in and around that neighborhood. This is the second time we had to talk to them about that, and they've been very responsive immediately. But I will relay that message loud and clear.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, if need be, I would back you up 100% on that. You're 100% right.
Okay, Bert, 6 and 7.
Number 6, we have an ordinance amending the Oxnard areas for regulations for camping. And I'd asked if we could have possibly, just for the public's knowledge, there's a presentation, but not everybody can see it. If we have something, we have a way of a map, we can show the areas and where they've expanded.
Yes, Councilmember Perello.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Diego, if you can bring up the maps, we actually have all 7 of them, Councilmember Perello.
Fantastic. And as they come up, you can describe where they are so a lot of people can understand what we're talking about, the way it was, the way it will be, and for the betterment of the city is why I support this.
So this is Wilson Senior Center. This is one of the locations that is an existing area that's already covered by our ordinance. Would you like me to read the description?
Sure.
Okay, give me 1 second. So for Wilson, the description already inside of our ordinance is a municipal park in the city that is bordered by the south alley of Theodore Drive to the north, Palm Drive to the south, C Street to the west, and the west alley of A Street to the east. We can go to the next map. So this is the Oxnard Transit Center. This also is already a location in our existing ordinance. For the Oxnard Transit Center, the description that is already in our ordinance is the property located within the Central Business District at 201 East 4th Street. Its parking lots and their entrances on both Meta Street and East 5th Street. We can go to the next map. This area is Mercantile. This is an area that is in the new ordinance that's before the council For Mercantile, the description is the train tracks abutting Mercantile Street, the area encompassing 35.94 meters to the east and west of the train tracks abutting Mercantile Street, bound by fencing, bounded to the north by south of East Woolley Road, and bounded to the south by the north of the Pacific Coast Highway. The next slide, please. The Central Business District, the area that is highlighted in red is already in our existing ordinance, and the green area is in the new ordinance before the council. I'm going to go ahead and read that description. The main difference here is the parameters used to end at Second, but now they are extended up to Magnolia Avenue, which is shown at the top of the map. The entire description reads, an area in the city that is bounded by Magnolia Avenue to the north and the north side of Woolley Road to the south. The area is bounded to the west by the west side of C Street, from West 1st Street to West 3rd Street, the west alley of C Street from West 3rd Street to West 6th Street, and the west side of C Street from West 6th Street to Woolley Road to the west. The area is bounded to the east by the Oxnard Transit Center's property easternmost edge and the east alley of Meta Street, the east alley of Oxnard Boulevard from East 7th Street to Driffle Boulevard, and the west side of Donlin Avenue from Driffle Boulevard to the north side of Woolley Road. I believe this one is the last map. Oh, there's one more, sorry. This is Community Center Park East. This is in our existing ordinance. The description of Community Center Park East is a municipal park in the city, also known to some as Lions Park, that is bordered by West 7th Street to the north, West 9th Street to the south, G Street to the east, and Hobson Way to the west. And then there is Oxnard Community Park West, which is also in our current ordinance. The description in our current ordinance is a municipal park in the city that is bordered by West 7th Street to the north, West 9th Street to the south, Hobson Way to the east, and the east side of Kingfisher Way to the west. I believe there should still be one more. I think we've only done 6. The last one should be the K Street, which I can read the legal description, but we should, okay. This particular slide, the description is the area of K Street between 2nd Street and 5th Street. And in total, there are 7 maps that we presented. 5 of them were in our original ordinance, and the remaining 3, which is also the Central Business District, is in the new ordinance in front of you.
Thank you very much. And I want to, I don't know how the rest of the council members feel, but I continually get comments from the public that watch on television, and they find it very hard to make out the things on TV. I think these maps and the fact that the PowerPoint and the operator of the PowerPoint was highlighting the areas that needed to be highlighted is a tremendous improvement. I hope we carry this forward. I imagine it's a lot more work, but I think it's better for the understanding of the public to know what's going on. Thank you very much, Mr. Council. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate your work.
Thank you. You want number 7?
Yes.
Let me share something first. Why have Comes Basua wants to recuse himself from 4 and 7, and I had 3 speakers on 7. Can she recuse herself now, Mr. City Attorney, or?
Can she recuse herself now?
Because,
Yes.
well, Bert wants to talk on 7, and he wants to talk on 7 and 6.
Yeah, so for consent agenda items, she does not have to get up and leave the room. She can just stay
Then
and
not vote at the
not
time.
participate in the conversation.
Okay, so then we'll go with 7. Go ahead.
7 for separate votes.
F1, yeah, remind me of that. Okay, go ahead.
On this particular one,
He's not finished with 7, and then he's going to go 5, right?
I just had some comments on 6 that Perello,
Go on.
if that's okay, if you'll indulge me.
Is that okay? Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember. And thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. We discussed this at the last time when this came to the council at the previous meeting. And just real quickly, I'm hoping that, is our housing director here now? I thought I saw him earlier. Yes. Just again, for the record and so the public can hear, this item before us where we are looking at these particular areas, folks are not just ushered arbitrarily out of the area and not allowed to physically be in there. We offer services to them through our outreach team and through our HLO team, through our PD as well. And I'm wondering if you, Mr. Ramirez, could just talk a little bit about what type of outreach, what that looks like from the housing side, or from our, excuse me, our street outreach team side, and if PD would mind talking a little bit about HLO team in just a moment.
Thank you, Councilman Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. The Housing Department in the City of Oxnard does have a street outreach team. We contract with Salvation Army to provide that service. The street outreach team, along with the city staff that in homeless services do coordinate with the Oxnard Police Department, which they'll share with in a little bit. The street outreach function is to engage with the population that is homeless in the field and offer services to those population, those in need. Those level of services do include shelter beds, including at the K Street shelter and other shelters that are in the city, as well as coordination with the HMIS and COC for permanent supportive housing, in addition to whatever other service they may need, food or navigation or some kind of service.
Social services.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if our Assistant Chief wouldn't mind just sharing briefly about our homeless liaison officers and the work that team does.
Thank you. Our homeless liaison unit consists of 6 officers and 1 sergeant, and their primary function is to go out and try to provide resources to our unhoused population. They work closely with the Housing Authority, as well as a lot of community-based organizations, as well as nonprofits, to provide resources to them to find them shelter, employment, and our last resort is to enforce any of the laws. Our primary focus is to find them assistance.
Great, thank you very much, much appreciated. And thank you, Councilmember Perillo, for letting me jump in on that. I just wanted the folks to know in the public that the amendment of this ordinance the intention isn't to kick people out or remove people forcibly. The first item that they see is outreach by city staff and county staff and community-based organizations to get them services, to help them in whatever they may need, including housing or transitioning off of the street and into housing. So thank you.
Councilor Brown, number 7.
Yep. Before I go to 7, City Manager, can those maps be added to the staff report or somehow be attached so that the public can see where these maps are for or especially the neighborhood councils that are supporting those areas? If they see something, it may give them a little more oomph to call.
Yes, we can add them as supplemental based on the comments here, but we can also provide them on the city's website.
Thank you very much. On item 7, I did have the opportunity to talk to Mr. Ramirez. I had a question about the funding, the very last item. He responded, explained it very well. I just have a couple of questions. Basically on page 195, the second page, it's talking about the basic heading is the Choice Neighborhood Program has 3 goals: housing, people, neighborhoods. And under the specific thing of neighborhoods, it says create the conditions necessary for public and private reinvestment in distressed neighborhoods to offer the kind of amenities and assets, including safety, good schools, commercial activity that are important to the community. And I don't know that Mr. Ramirez can answer this, but I'd just like to bring it to the council's attention. I support the activities that Mr. Ramirez and the department and the city is doing, but we have in here good schools. I don't know what leverage we can put to the schools to try to get better. I know that the staff of the schools are doing everything they can, but we are fortunate to see the scores of these various schools, and we identify the neighborhoods that they're gonna go into. And recently, having had an opportunity to go to Reading Across America, and even our city manager had an opportunity to go make a presentation at a school. We find out that the expansion of the kids, the awareness of the children in these schools of what's available around them, somehow, in my opinion, needs to be improved. And that can't be done on the city's part. That's something the school, I think, needs more. And so I just wanted to highlight that. And then on the comment for Mr. Ramirez, we've picked certain neighborhoods that we're looking at if these grant things go through, if you can address the neighborhoods. I think there's 5 neighborhoods. Can you, and it's on the bottom, page 195. Please.
There is an attachment to, I'm sorry, Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. There is an attachment to the staff report listed as attachment 1, and it identifies the area in a map. And it incorporates to the east Rose Avenue, right? In an effort to incorporate the neighborhood of Colonia. Colonia I mentioned specifically because this grant is from HUD and from the Housing Authority side of HUD, and so it has the specific intent of improving the public housing that is with the neighborhood and the neighborhood that surrounds the public housing. So therein lies the beginning aspect of where the map starts. But it crosses Oxnard Boulevard to the west, and it goes to K Street in that it's incorporating Campus Park, and comes down to Woolley on the south, incorporating all of downtown, and heading on Woolley to Rose, incorporating the job center that is north of Woolley and west of Rose. Also incorporating the downtown area and the community assets that are within the downtown area, the Oxnard Transit Center, Plaza Park, and et cetera, and all the various developments that are planned for in the downtown area that would help us to leverage those private dollars against the public dollars that we're looking for. I should mention that we are actively working to solidify partnerships with various actors in those areas, including the commercial districts, but also including the schools that you mentioned earlier. And that next 2-year process, if this initial grant is successful, is a planning effort that incorporates the needs of those schools and the commercial districts, the housing, and et cetera, in an effort for the city to apply for the larger grant of $50 million, and therefore incorporate the improvements that would be needed by the neighborhood and the public housing and the schools and et cetera.
Thank you very much. Just for the public, the neighborhoods councils that are in this area are identified in the staff report: La Colonia, Fremont South, Wilson, Hobson Park East, and 5 Points Northeast. And I appreciate the report and I support this item.
Thank you, Councilman Madrigal. 7.
Oh, no, just real quickly, I did not vote on this last time simply because there may have been conflict, but as of right now, I think I'm good to vote.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Turan? No comment?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I would move info consent items 1 through 6, and then ask for item 7 to have a separate vote.
Okay, so.
I'll second that.
It's second by Council.
And I'm separating 4 as well.
Oh, okay.
4 and 7.
1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 for the first vote.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, we'll take a vote on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
No, not 4.
4, okay, not 4.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 5, and 6.
And 4 and 7 on the second one.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote.
I'll second that.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we got a vote, a first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Perello, on item 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Please vote.
For the first vote, which is for consent items 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, a second by Councilmember Perrello. The motion carries 7-0.
Items 4 and 7.
Okay, the items is 4 and 7 is the next one. Please vote. Oh, so I'm sorry, second. We got second by, first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Perrello. Please vote on 4 and 7.
I am missing, Councilmember Basu, are you abstaining from these two
Yes.
items? Okay.
HUD will not allow me to vote. How's
Okay.
that?
Thank you. So, Councilor Basu,
So for consent items 4 and 7, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, a second by Councilmember Perrello. And the motion carries 6-0-1. 6 yeses, 1 abstention by Councilmember Basua.
on 4 and 7. Okay. Is that correct?
So, Councilwoman Basua is recusing herself from items relating to the Housing Department based on some HUD interpretation of HUD regulations. And it relates to her job with another housing authority. So items relating to housing in Oxnard, they are advising that she not participate.
So it's a recusal.
Recusal,
4 and
just
7.
to verify, abstention, she's on the dais. Recusal is removal from the dais. She's on
So
the dais.
these are under federal laws. This is not an FPPC need to leave the dais. And in fact, because it's an info consent item under the FPPC rules, she doesn't have to leave the dais either.
Okay. We got that correct now, Madam Clerk? We're okay?
We are okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is, this is a public hearing. There's time and place to set for a public hearing, L1, subject public hearing for an ordinance granting the renewal of a Crimson California Pipeline LP franchise agreement to operate and maintain a petroleum pipeline. Recommendation that City Council, 1, conduct a public hearing regarding the uncodified ordinance to renew the franchise agreement with the Crimson California Pipe LP. 2, consider any testimony or objections to the franchise agreement and introduce by title only and waive any further readings of the uncodified ordinance titled Uncodified Ordinance of the City of Oxnard granting the renewal of the Crimson California Pipeline LP franchise agreement to operate and maintain a pipeline for the transportation of petroleum products under and along across Harbor Boulevard. And we start with the city clerk's certification and publication in any written communications, if any. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on May 9th, 2024. The city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding this matter to state for the record? Members, summarize any ex parte contacts or make any other disclosures.
I do not have any ex parte.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem? None for myself?
No.
None, Mayor.
None? Okay, so the members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website, and a person who did not sign up may do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda of this meeting in the city website, oxnard.org/city/meetings. Staff and applicants are available to answer any questions council members may have before we take any public testimony on this item. And the council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any of the council members have any questions at this time? And we do have Michael here. Okay, Councilor Turan. Oh, I'm sorry, Perrello.
Thank you, Mayor.
And then followed by Turan.
I supported this last item, and I asked a couple of questions, and I have a little deeper question. The representative for this organization came to the podium, and I asked the condition of the pipelines, and he assured me that the pipelines had been inspected and they're up to snuff. What I'm requesting before I support this item, I'd like them to share whatever information they have on the pipelines, testing with our city, either the city manager or the city attorney.
So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. I believe we have a representative from Crimson online available to answer that question if they could provide their most recent reports to the city.
Okay, and the speaker is whom?
Mayor, this is Elle McCarron, Assistant City Attorney, appearing remotely.
Okay, go ahead.
We have John Neal and Lanny Kipps appearing remotely. I believe if they unmute, they can answer Councilmember Perola's question.
Okay, John.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lanny Kippes, LANNYKIPPES. I am the operations manager for Crimson. Yes, we do have the latest inspection reports, and we can talk to our director of integrity, and we can make the arrangements to provide you any copies that you wish.
I thank you very much. I would like to make certain that we get the copies to the city of Oxnard. It's not that I know of anything wrong, but I should have asked this the last time and I dropped the ball. It's like not crossing the T and dotting the I's. I'm trying to finish that up right now, and I appreciate your willingness to work with us, and I trust that you will follow through on that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Perolo, for the question around the condition and integrity of the pipeline in question here. And my question to Mr. Wolf, it was referenced earlier tonight when we had the maps up that Measure M, I don't know how I forgot that, Measure M prohibits the public in part from seeing a reenactment of a live presentation for this item. So just so we have more context so the public isn't cheated out of that, can you just briefly describe to us what we have in front of us and the requested action for tonight?
Actually, maybe Al can go ahead and start the first part of it, and I can go over some of the technical stuff.
Go ahead, Belton.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Turan. What we have in front of us is a franchise agreement, and those are typically granted pursuant to the Public Utilities Code, and they have very specific code sections that state how we are to grant such a franchise agreement. So it's basically a contract between the city and Crimson that allows them to operate their crude oil pipeline in the city's right-of-way. So there's a series of terms and conditions that Crimson has agreed to in order to keep using the pipeline. This is a pipeline that's been in place since 1981. There was a special use permit issued that allowed Crimson to install, operate, and construct everything that it needed to in order to have the pipeline. And I believe it runs under about a 2,000-foot section of Harbor Boulevard in between, I think just south of Woolley. And attached to the resolution, there is a map that details that. So if the public were to look at our agenda tonight and download the packet, there is like an aerial map showing exactly where the pipeline runs beneath Harbor Boulevard. So have I answered your question?
Yes, thank you, Ms. McCarron. And then anything you'd like to add, Mr. Wolf?
Michael, anything you want to
Yeah,
add?
just a clarification that it is about a little over 2,000 lineal feet. It actually starts at the City of Oxnard, unincorporated county of Ventura border and goes south just really close to the old Edison plant there. Mm-hmm. That's the location along Harbor.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. I do just want to, well, that's my question, so I'll make a statement later. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then, is there other questions for council members? Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers? No, excuse me, let me share this. I'll now open the public testimony portion of this public hearing. Speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do have a virtual speaker.
We do? Okay. Thank you.
Speaker with number ending in 4978, please unmute.
Yes, my name is Larry Stein, a resident of Oxnard. A resident of Oxnard for over 35 years. The concern I have is the hydrogen sulfide content of the crude oil being transported across the pipeline here, and to what extent will hydrogen sulfide gas emanate from the pipelines as it's being transporting this crude. What is the percentage of hydrogen sulfide in the oil that we have? It should be noted that the oil off of Oxnard coast has a high concentration of sulfur, higher than the usual concentration of sulfur. I was just concerned about, since hydrogen sulfide is a very toxic gas, to what extent is the city and the citizens protected from the release of hydrogen sulfide gas through the pipeline? Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers on this item?
We do not have any additional speakers.
Okay, council members, any other items? Okay, and if not, then if we have no additional speakers, then I will close the public hearing at this time. Do any council members have any additional comments they'd like to share at this time? Not made a motion?
I'll make the motion, but I want to make sure that it's understood. We're going to be getting some information about the pipelines, the latest testing, and our city management and city attorney will make sure that we do get that. That's why I'm supporting this. I'll make the motion to approve.
So we do have, do we have the information for the council member, or for all of us for that matter? Michael?
The representative said that they will send it to us. We'll follow up with them.
Okay. Okay, so Councilor Turan?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize that earlier this evening we had an item regarding oil and gas production, and had a number of speakers who spoke to it. And now we have an item regarding the transportation of petroleum through this pipeline that is about 40 years old, if I remember correctly from what was stated and what the staff report states. And I understand the dichotomy that may appear from that, in that we just took a unanimous resolution vote. I want to point out that for this item, and Councilmember Perello asked it very perfectly, what is the condition of this and what accountability does the operator have in continuing to operate it if this council elects to grant this additional 10 years for this franchise? And with that, there certainly is accountability. If for some reason this were not to go forward, I would imagine that there would be some steps that would have to be taken in addressing the pipeline as it is and what would happen next. As it stands now, as was mentioned by the representative from the operator, they have it in good standing and it is operating as it should and within specifications, and they will provide information to the city. And as Councilor Perello mentioned, and I would like to echo, I hope we can get regular updates from those folks on its condition and as requested. And so with that, I am going to go ahead and support this. So it's not ripping off a Band-Aid, but I wanted to acknowledge that we did have a vote earlier regarding oil and gas production, and yes, this is transportation under Harbor Boulevard. But as time goes on, I hope, just as was stated with the earlier item, a decreased demand and a decreased supply in petroleum products may one day negate the need for as much infrastructure, but we'll see. But I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
So we need a second on this item. Second by Mayor Pro Tem. So Madam Clerk, is first by Councilor Perello, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Please vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Michael. You want to? Next item then. This is M1, Public Works, fiscal year 2024 utility ratepayer assistance program, Project Assist. Recommendation that the City Council adopt a resolution for the Utility Taxpayer Assistance Program, Project Assist for fiscal year 24-25 to assist eligible residents and authorize staff to grant financial relief, equal relief, to a maximum $25,000 maximum per utility bill charged to residential customers who meet the eligible requirements discussed in the staff report, and the amount funded for fiscal year 24-25, to an authorized staff to fund the project Assist in fiscal year 24-25 by utilizing $241,500 in late payments, penalties from the utility users. And the Public Works Transportation Committee approved this item 3-0 on April 23rd, 2024. And there was a pre-recorded item on this particular issue. And we have Mr. Bryan for the additional questions, and we have Councilman Valenzuela.
Excuse me, Mayor, we do have a virtual speaker on this item.
Okay, Councilman, let me take the speaker. Go ahead. Speaker, go ahead.
Speaker with number 4978, please unmute.
Hello, my name's Larry Stein. I've been following water issues in Oxnard for 25 plus years. If you notice our water program, the users of potable water are subsidizing the users of non-potable water the last 15 years. If the general fund paid for the subsidy of the recycled water program, the need for this credit would be diminished. The ratepayers of potable water are subsidizing the ratepayers of non-potable water to the tune of $10 million a year. So if the general fund covered this subsidy, which is a violation of Prop 218, then the need for the subsidy would probably be diminished. Our water bill consists of a portion that is variable and a portion that is fixed. A large portion of the fixed portion is for the debt service on the program that built the recycled water program on Perkins. The general fund should be paying for the debt service on this if the potable water users are not supposed to pay for this. And the non-potable water users are using the water from the debt service paid for by the users of the potable water. So the general fund should be covering this subsidy, so it's not violating Prop 218. I recommend that City Council would adopt the resolution or the process or conception of having the general fund pay for the debt service on the recycled water program instead of having the ratepayers, the 40,000 plus ratepayers of the potable water, who are subsidizing this at this point in time. Thank you very much, and I would like to get a response to this. Thank you very much. Bye.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And Mr. Yanez, you can probably address this, but my understanding is that the money that comes for this particular program, and it was set up by former Mayor Pro Tem Carmen Ramirez and later Supervisor Carmen Ramirez, is that it comes out of the fines for late payment assessments. It doesn't come out of the general fund. Is that correct?
Mayor, council members, Brian Yanez, Assistant Public Works Director. That is correct. This program is funded by late penalty fees from the utilities.
And I know at one time several people donated. I think I donated when this program first started. Mayor Pro Tem Carmen Ramirez did the same thing. So this is not I don't see it as a 218 process.
That's the 218 is not part of the 218 process, correct?
That is correct. So these are penalties that are not subject to the 218 limitations in the manner that we typically have to go through with other ratepayer decisions.
Thank you. Councilman Valenzuela.
Yes, quick question. So I know it says right here on the participant cap 805, if we saw within, like before the end of the next fiscal year that we were at like the max, like say if it was like January, February, could we bring this back? Would it be possible to bring this back to council to increase the participant cap if that was possible?
Councilman Valenzuela, yes, we could bring this back. We have not reached the cap of 805. We are currently at 813, but I'm going to tell you why we're at 813 right now, because if we had all 805 participants register in July 1st, that means that would take all the 12 months, which would take all the budget of the $241,500. That's usually not the case. People tend to miss a few months here and there. So it allows us to have the participant based on the budget. So again, right now at the end, as of the end of April 13th, we do have 813 participants. But we have enough budget to fund those participants. So we haven't had a problem yet. I think when we do, we definitely want to bring that back to council to inform them that we have reached our cap and we're ran out of funds.
All right. Thank you so much.
Consent,
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Yanez, and to all the folks who put in the effort to bring this item and this program forward to the public. I appreciate the question that just came forward, and when it does come back, or if and when it comes back, I look forward to comprehensive update on where we are and what we can do to enhance this program to support the level of need that is being demonstrated by residents and ratepayers. Just a quick question, would you mind sharing if someone would like to apply for this program, how they could do that? What are the steps for that?
There's a couple of options. One is our website, which is www.oxnard.gov/project-assist. And we also have a phone number, 805-200-2202. And we do have an email for Project Assist, which is project.assist@oxnard.org. From our Public Works Transportation Committee meeting, we had a recommendation. Can we do this online on a form where people could fill out? We're about 85% done with that form. We hope to have that ready for July 1st. And we'd put that on our website where they can actually fill that form out online versus getting it from the email or the website, downloading it and mailing it back to us. So we'd still have all those options. We have the paper trail, which they can fill out and send that form back to us. Again, those are the three things I mentioned earlier are the ways to get a hold of us for this project and how to apply and get more information.
Thank you. And just real quickly, because I watch these videos on YouTube, I have to remind myself not everybody does. For those who are watching it live broadcast on Spectrum or on Frontier, can you just say the email address and the phone number again?
Yes, email address is project.assist@oxnard.org. And the phone number is 805-200-2202.
Okay, thank you. And the last question is, are there, for eligibility, are there programs that people might already be eligible for that would automatically or more likely make them eligible for this program as well?
Yes, the Project Assist program mirrors the CARE program that SoCalGas has and Southern California Edison. So our program, if they're already participants in those CARE programs with SoCalGas and Southern California Edison, they will qualify for our program. So in order to qualify for Project Assist, it's based on the CARE program for those two other utilities.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And Brian, I think it's important that people understand that utility rate assistance program helps a lot of the elderly that are, all the monies they have is Social Security and also a lot of the underserved communities get the assistance with this program, which I think is fantastic. And I want to thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, so let's see, Councilman Perrella?
Yes, thank you very much for the program. This is a good program. I just want the public to understand there's a verification process and they have to apply each year.
That is correct. Each year, so they can start receiving the $25 utility credit is they have to apply by July 1st or July 15th of July, and then they'll qualify for that month. And thereafter, each the 15th of each month, they'd have to qualify or sign up prior to that 15th to qualify for that month.
Thank you very much for that additional
Yes.
information. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for a motion on this item? Moved by
Second.
Councilor Basua, second by Councilor Turan. Basua first, second Turan. Please vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Brian. The next item is item M2, Public Works, Amendment to Agreement A8339, A8340, A8341, A8342, A8483 with Mariposa Landscape Incorporated for landscape maintenance services for citywide general fund parks. Recommendation, the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute, one, a second amendment agreement A8339 with Mariposa Landscape Incorporated for 1 year extension ending on June 30, 2025, and increase the current not to exceed amount from $475,000 to $615,000 in Region 1. Two, Second Amendment Agreement 8340 with Mariposa Landscape Incorporated for a 1 year extension ending in June 30, 2025, and increase the current not to exceed amount from $430,000 to $561 in Region 2. Third Amendment Agreement A8341 with Mariposa Landscape Incorporated for 1 year extension ending June 30, 25, and increase the current amount not to exceed the amount of $950,000 to $1,249,000 for Region 3. Four, Second Amendment to Agreement of A8342 with Mariposa Landscape Incorporated for a 1 year extension ending June 30, 25, and increase the current amount not to exceed the amount of $550,000 to $714,000 for Region 4. Five, the Second Amendment to Agreement A8483 for Mariposa Landscape Incorporated for 1 year extension ending June 30, 25, and increase the current amount to not to exceed $758,919 to $1,036,880. And also like to share that the Public Works Transportation Committee approved this item 3-0 on April 23, 2024. And there was a Measure M pre-recorded item. And we do have Mr. Michael Wolf on this item for any additional information. And before we do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any speakers on this item.
Council members, what's your pleasure?
If there's no discussion, I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Basua. Please vote. Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion
second by
carries 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is Public Works item, Amendment to Agreement A8344 and A8346 with Garcia's Landscape Maintenance Incorporated, and Agreement A8345 with Mariposa Landscape Incorporated for landscape maintenance services within the city's mediums and parkways. Recommendation, the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute, one, a second amendment A8344 with Garcia Landscape Maintenance Incorporated for a 1 year extension ending June 30, 2025, and increase the current not to exceed amount from $2,415,000 to $3,072,000 in Region 1. Two, Third Amendment in Agreement A8345 with Mariposa Landscape Incorporated for a 1 year extension ending June 30, 25, and increase the current amount not to exceed $2,535,000 to $3,423,000 for Region 2. And number three, Second Amendment to 8346 with Garcia Landscape Maintenance Incorporated for a 1 year extension ending June 30, 2025, and increase the current amount not to exceed $2,575,000 to $3,272,000 for Region 2. And also the Public Works Transportation Committee approved this item 3-0 on April 23rd, 2024. And it was a Measure M pre-recorded item. And we do have Mr. Wolf. Any council members or motion to approve this item? Any speakers on this item?
We do not have any speakers on this item.
I need a motion on this
I'll
item.
move the recommended action.
Moved by Councilman Perrello, second by Councilman Basua. Please vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Item number 4, Public Works, Trade Services Agreement 3250001 with SCA of California LLC for citywide street sweeping services. Recommendation, the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with SCA of California LLC for not to exceed an amount of $10,250,000 for a one-year term ending June 30, 25, with options to extend for 4 additional one-year terms for a final expiration due June 30, 2029 for citywide street sweeping, services, alleys, parking lots, and parking structures. The Public Works Committee approved this item 3-0 on April 23rd, 2024, and there was a pre-recorded item per Measure M. So, we have Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. And I see Mr. Yanez on his way up.
Brian.
And again, because the public is not able to see a live presentation on this, if, as Measure M dictates, or as Measure M implies, that they should take their own time to watch the video ahead of the meeting, since we can't do that, I'm hoping that you can just briefly describe this item or briefly summarize this item. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the increase in cost for street sweeping and what has led to that, and with it being in front of us tonight.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Brian Yanez, Assistant Public Works Director, Councilman Turan. Street sweeping is part of our MS4 permit, which is a permit that we're involved with the county and the 10 other cities in the county. We all share this permit. It's a stormwater permit that it's a regulatory permit, and it has several items, and street sweeping being one of them. So we street sweep our streets, our curb streets, twice a month. We do our arterials. We do with this contract, we're also including our alleys. We will be coming up with a schedule for all our alleys. Previous contract did not have a very good schedule for all our alleys. It was usually doing the alleys on the 5th week of the month, and not all months have 5 weeks. The cost has gone up significantly due to the Department of Industrial Relations. It is now a prevailing wage job. A sweeper operator now makes $91.25. That cost is transferred to, obviously, the city of Oxnard. We pay our contractor that. It will be going up to $95.25 in July 1st of 2024. So previously years, we've been dealing with this same contract for approximately the past 10 years. In 2014 all the way up to 2020, the cost per curb mile, which was 24 cents. It went up in 2020 to 2023 to 28. Recently, this half of our, or a little more than half of our fiscal year, it went up to $80. It looks like the bidders sharpened their pencil when this solicitation went out, and we're looking at $61 per curb mile, and we have approximately 21,000 curb miles.
Thank you.
And I hope I answered all your questions.
Yes, and just for clarification, I think there was just a slight, you misspoke a little bit. I think you said 24 cents per mile when it was $24 per mile, and then it went up. So is that correct? $24?
Oh, that is correct. $24, $28.80, and we're down to $61.
Okay, just so that it was clear that we weren't paying cents per mile, and now it's exponentially increased.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, well, thank you for that explanation, and I just wanted that on the record for the public, so folks don't think that they don't get sticker shock in this, or look back historically and say, hey, how come this year we're paying that amount, but then in 2024 it went up to this amount. So I just wanted that to be on the record, and again, it's prevailing wage. Folks have every right and to be able to make a living doing whatever role they have. And if that is now the cost, not just for the city of Oxnard, but across the state of California, that's what we are going to be held to. And we can't forego street sweeping, as you mentioned, because there's some permitting that's attached to it, it sounds like, correct?
Yes.
And we can't reduce street sweeping either, because we are required to be doing it for all of these curb miles, as you mentioned, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And last thing, thank you for building into this process alleys getting regular street sweeping and having that be part of the regular route now. I hope that in the future, when we have that a little bit more solidified, we can have that maybe as an update for us to see what that plan is, so the public can be aware of it as well. All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Perrello.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yanis, for this report. It's eye-opening when we see the price, but this is what it costs. I've given several questions, and I'm going to go down the line for the questions that I've got. When we're talking about the rules and regulations, the NPDES, it means the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, issued by the State Water Resources Control Board. Have we ever had a fine from them due to the street sweeping?
Not to my recollection, did a little research, did not find a violation on our stormwater permit related to street sweeping.
If there were a fine, is there a set number for the amount, a set amount for a fine?
Yes, fines can, if you're in violation, fines can range up to $5,000 per day to $10,000 per day to $25,000 per violation. That's per violation, excuse me, not per day. My apologies.
So if there were 4 or 5 in the same day, 4 or 5 times the 25 grand?
If that was a violation, could be, yes.
Okay, thank you. On one specific page, it addresses the scope of services by the people that are going to be doing the street sweeping, and it mentions disposal necessary. Where do they dump the material that they collect when they street sweep?
The disposal from street sweeping, it is transferred to our MRF, which is our Del Norte site, which is our material recovery facility. That is deposited. It is then taken to the landfill from there. So it is brought to us, the city of Oxnard.
Thank you. With respect to the issues where we have street sweeping signs on light poles that indicate that the street sweeping takes place on a certain day between certain hours. What percentage of the city do we have that in the city of Oxnard? Notification that we can, we're going to sweep the streets. And I will tell you why I'm asking the question.
I don't have a percentage on our streets that have street sweeping signs. We do have neighborhoods in our community that do not have street sweeping signs. We currently do not have a policy for street sweeping signs. So, for example, there's areas in our historic district that don't have signs. River Park does not have signs. There's several other little pockets. The beach community does not have street sweeping signs. So some of those locations we are looking at and analyzing how many times or what's the percentage we reach the curb to do the street sweeping. So we have a little bit of analyzation to do to see what will qualify for a street sweeping sign, but we do have to create this policy to see what's going to be the best management practice to install a sign for street sweeping.
And I support that. I'd like to explain why. When we have an item that's coming up and we need to do this because we potentially are jeopardizing, if we don't sweep the streets, we could be fined, sanctioned. But this action is $10.25 million. That's a lot of money. The price has gone up, and the reasons have been explained very thoroughly in your staff report and when you just gave a presentation about the rates going up. My question is this. Do we have an expectation of when we could get this decision made of how we get the streets and the residents and the neighborhoods all in compliance with times when we street sweep? And the reason I will share, my neighborhood does not have certain times, but the streets get swept. And I can tell, sometimes you see that, I happen to see the truck, But if not, you can see where the truck has gone around parked vehicles and leaves a little water trail, so they prevent the dust. But in residents, in neighborhoods where they have the signage, that would be a ticket for the person that left the car on the street during a street sweeping time. There's an opportunity here to collect some revenue for people that, if we do enforce, and I'm sure that we have the thing we're going to enforce throughout the city, it would help us keeping a clean city. It would help us get some recovery on this tremendous amount of money that it costs to street sweep. And I know there would be costs involved with making the signs, putting them up, and getting whoever the responsible party is, if it's a cadet police officer, or if it's a real policeman, or if it's somebody else, ticketing cars or towing them, because I support this. 10 million, we could do with something else, but this is what we need. But if there is an opportunity to collect and do a good job of collecting, to provide services for the entire city of Oxnard, not just the sanctions on neighborhoods that have street signs, I support it 100%, and I would like to know if I can help somehow push that issue. That's the only questions I got. I want to thank you for this report, because I just attended the Public Works thing, and I questioned, if we could put a sign in front of the various different departments in Public Works, and maybe a mom and dad's walking by, or a kid coming out of high school. The job pays between this and this. When I see a street sweeper, what it's going to pay per hour, I mean, there's got to be people looking to make that kind of money per hour, street sweeping. Now, I understand that means the truck and the business and everything else, but that's still a pretty good price. Thank you very much.
Thank
Those are all my
you,
comments.
council members. Okay, we need a motion on this item.
Can I,
Any additional speakers? Oh, I'm sorry.
can I make a comment? And I wasn't gonna say anything, but since Councilmember Perello brought this up, I wanna tell a story, real story. And I just want it on record that it wasn't my suggestion. In my employment, one of our executive team members lives in Mr. Perello's neighborhood. And just today, he was complimenting the city of Oxnard because in his neighborhood, they don't get parking tickets. And he suggested that in my city, we remove the parking signs and follow Oxnard's lead. So I want to make sure that when the parking signs go up in that neighborhood, that he doesn't think it's me. True story, just happened today. So with that being said, I just want to make sure that I do say that he was commenting that the city I work for should follow Oxnard and remove those parking signs. But Councilman Perello, he lives in your neighborhood, by the way. So just want to make sure I say that it wasn't me.
3-second remark.
I greatly appreciate Councilmember Suas, but I'd like to share this. I know from the past I had an affinity for the South Winds neighborhood, and there were signs about street sweeping and parking and cars would be towed. And there was such an uproar that the cars would not be towed. And there was also an uproar because the cars were not being towed and the people couldn't pay the towing charge. So certain parts of Southwinds was not swept, and it became very ragged looking. And the residents that were trying to improve, especially the neighborhood council, the people that take the time and the effort, blood, sweat, and tears to get involved in the neighborhood council, were asking why. And this was before council districts came into play. And I'm like, I didn't have an answer. But when they gave me the, some people would go crying stories about, well, I can't afford to move the car, I can't do this, like it doesn't run. It's like, that's not the city's responsibility. And what the outcome was, it lets a neighborhood start looking run down. And that's not good for any neighborhood, because just as Councilmember Vasua made comment, people start making assumptions about the city of Oxnard. And for too many decades, people have made the wrong assumptions about the city of Oxnard.
Thank you.
I do agree with Councilmember Perello. You know, in my neighborhood, we do have street sweeping signs, so I do have to move my vehicle every other Friday. So I would say we either have them in the entire city or we just take them off.
Thank you so much. We need a motion on this item.
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay.
Second.
Perello, second by by Valenzuela, please.
Mayor, with that second, I'm hoping that just a quick item on that. I appreciate the conversation around the signage. I also appreciate the explanation that Mr. Yanez has given me in the past as to why some neighborhoods have signs for sweeping, restricting parking on those streets while other neighborhoods do not. And there's analysis that has to happen in that in justifying the signage going up. In District 2, we have in Sierra Linda neighborhood, some streets have signs where other streets within the same neighborhood do not. And the residents had questions about that, and I appreciate the explanation that I've had before and that we got tonight. But I do, personally, I view it as an equity item where everywhere should have signage, not just some, restricting parking, because not only does that mean everybody has to follow the same rules in the same way, but also we're getting that much closer to the curb for cleaning every single time and not having to go around cars that consistently don't move because there's no sign restricting them from being there during that particular time frame. So I'm hoping that we can get an update on that in the future when these analyses go through. So thank you. That's it.
So please vote on this item. Mr. City Attorney, we're going to go past 10.
It looks like we're going past 10, so.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Make a motion.
May I read the vote?
I'm sorry.
On this item? We have a motion by Councilmember Perillo. We have a second by Councilmember Valenzuela. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, our next item is this housing.
Motion for Janice?
Oh, I'm sorry, let's go.
Mayor, I'll move to go past 10.
Okay.
I'll second
First
it.
by Sharon, second to go past 10. Please vote. Okay, which is, let me see, where are we? Oh. You want to take the last two items, but see, we'll go last for the housing.
Excuse me, Mayor. If I could please ask who made, I have a motion by Councilmember Turan. Who was the second to continue the meeting past 10 p.m.? Okay, motion carries 7-0.
There's a request for Councilman Basura to take item 5 last because he can't participate in this item. So what's the pleasure of the council? If we go 6 and 7 and then we'll go back to 5? Is that okay? Okay, let's go to 6 then. Okay, item 6, this is Clerk Department. The City Clerk Department certification of sufficiency of signatures for 3 initiative petitions. Recommendation of the City Council acting as a legislative body of the Community Facility District Number 5, River Park, receive and file the certification of sufficiency for the following 3 initiatives. 1, repeal the Community Facility Number 5, River Park special taxes. 2, limitations on the use of special taxes for Community Facility District Number 5, River Park. And 3, reduction on the maximum special tax that can be imposed within the Community Facility District Number 5, River Park. The City Council, legislative body, the City Council acting as a legislative body of the Community Facility District Number 5 of River Park, and this is per our rules, our City Clerk. So we have Mr. Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I presume that my colleagues have also gotten the same emails I've gotten about this, and one of the emails asked, is the city going to explain to us what this is going to do in terms of fees or what have you? And I think it's a fine line for the city to present information yet not take a particular stance. So I think the best way, I think for us to approach this is that for each initiative, we would order a report pursuant to Elections Code Section 9212 to do an independent analysis of what the results of this would be if it were to pass for each initiative.
Mr. City Attorney. Mr. City Attorney.
So Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, so that would be the discussion under the next item on the agenda, item 7. So item 6, perhaps Mr. Roselle can get up and explain what you're being asked to do in item 6.
Thank you.
My apologies, when you get to be my age, you confuse stuff easily.
Item 6 is a receive and file. Basically, the petitioner submitted the signatures. They were forwarded to the county. The county indicated that there was enough signatures submitted, and that is before you tonight, but it is a receive and file. The action item is M7, and the Mayor Pro Tem has kind of jumped into the core of the issue, but let me set that up a little bit. Under Election Code Section 9215, you have 3 choices tonight as it relates to these ballot measures. 1, you can adopt the ordinance. 2, you can call the election tonight. Or 3, as the Mayor Pro Tem had referenced, you could order a report under Election Code Section 9212. Staff recommends, as does the Mayor Pro Tem, that the reports be prepared, and here's why. The report can show what's the financial impact of the initiative, and that includes, what's the impact on funding for infrastructure of all types. That includes parks and open space. It also can analyze the impact, once again, on open space and on existing business districts. In this case, that would be on the collection, and also any other matter that the city council requests be in the report. And just to give a little more perspective, as of this fiscal year 23-24, CFD 5 provided almost $4 million in funding. And as indicated in the ballot titles and summaries, which are included in your packet and which were distributed by the petitioners when they get their signatures, one of the 3 measures, if adopted, would eliminate all of that funding, all that $4 million funding. The second would cut the max tax in half. And what that means is that the assessments could not be increased above the existing levels to provide additional services or to cover existing costs due to inflation or outside factors, just like you heard when it came to street sweeping. When prices go up dramatically, there would not be money. And the third of the measures would place limitations on how that funding could be spent. One, just calling out one of the many items, it would limit additional police protection to 1 supplemental officer or 1 full-time equivalent, but would specifically exclude overtime cost. So if you choose, as is our recommendation, to order the 9212 report, that report would need to be presented to you at the June 18th meeting because it has to be presented within 30 days after today's meeting. So that would be our recommendation to you.
Okay. Let me see, we have Councilman Turan.
So, Mayor, before we move.
We have to do 6 first.
Thanks, Ken.
I have a comment on 6.
No, it's 6. Oh, okay.
He has a comment on 6.
Okay, comment on 6, go on.
Thank you. This is a receive and file, just regarding the verification of the signatures. Mr. Roselle, I apologize for not asking this ahead of time so it could be researched if it needed to be. I know in District 2, we have about 18,000 registered voters.
Right.
Do we have a ballpark about how many registered voters there are in the River Park neighborhood? I know we'd be looking at precincts, so there's multiple precincts there, but if we have an estimate on that, I'd appreciate that. Otherwise, we can get back to folks with it.
No, I'm happy to give, I have that number. It's about 4,600. So under state law, the petitioners, Aaron Starr, Alicia Purcell, and Mr. Wolkenfeld, had to submit a grand total of 104 legitimate signatures, which of course they did.
Thank you. So I just wanted that stated for the record that they needed 104 signatures out of 4,600 registered voters you mentioned? Okay, thank you. I congratulate the petitioners for hitting that bar. It seems like must have taken a weekend or so of walking. I look forward to talking to them about what that might have looked like.
If I can also explain a little bit more.
Sure.
Under the state law, you look at the number of people who voted in the last gubernatorial election, then you take 5% of that number. So it's a very small number because, of course, every time every registered voter doesn't vote in every election, then you take 5% of that number. So it's a low bar, which the state law has laid out.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to have
City
a record.
manager.
Oh, and the city manager.
Right,
So-
and that, just so we can clarify that, so it isn't a proportion of the overall registered voters, it's based on the last.
Correct,
Yes.
and it's just for CFD number 5. So it's a subset of a subset of a subset.
Council Pereira, you still want to talk on 6? Go ahead. Pereira? No, oh, because your light's still on. Okay, so this is a receive and file then?
Not for M7, you would need to take a formal action. As I mentioned, if we're talking.
We're going to vote on 6.
What, we're going to vote on 6?
I'll move the recommended action on number
I
6.
thought 6 is receive and file.
Six is.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 is.
Gotten 7 yet.
Do any speakers on this item, 6?
We do not have any speakers on item M6.
So then, Ken, we're okay with item 6 then? Receive
That
and
is
file.
correct.
Okay, so we go to item 7 then. She said, this is okay, this is city attorney again. Subject consideration of action of certified initiative measure titled 1, repeal of community facility district number 5 River Park special taxes. 2, reduction of maximum special tax that can be imposed within a community facility district number 5 River Park. And 5, limitations on the uses of special taxes for the community facilities district number 5 River Park. Recommendation of the city council acting as a legislative body of the community facility district number 5 River Park of the city of Oxnard. And for each initiative certified to date is sufficient by the city clerk, either 1, adopt a resolution, B, call for an election, or C, order a report pursuant to election code section 9212, and if the calling of the election, the adoption of resolutions, ordering consolidation with the November 5th, 2024 statewide election, and requesting the county clerk conduct an election and authorize the board of supervisors to canvass the returns. Legislative body, city council acting as legislative body of the committee facility district number 5, River Park. And we have Mr. Fisher and Ken.
Excuse me, Mayor. We do have 2 virtual speakers
Okay.
for this item.
Okay. Go ahead.
Caller with number 4978, please unmute. Please go ahead.
I wish to point out to our elected bodies, my name's Larry Stein. I had my hand raised on the previous item. The city clerk refused to recognize me on the previous item. Therefore, I'm forced to speak on this item, number 7. I wish to know how many city employees are going to be losing their jobs with this passage of this resolution. Again, as mentioned in the discussion, there's a subset of a subset of a subset where a limited number of voters actually are involved. So the question is, if you have all this money involved, how is it that you only have a limited number of voters for raising this much money? But for raising this much money and you pass this resolutions passed, how many people will lose their jobs? Again, my name is Larry Stein. I live in Oxnard. I'll have to get answers to my questions. I'm not just being ignored, like the city clerk ignores me. Again, I'm tired of being ignored by the city clerk. I wish to get responses from the city clerk and our elected officials when they ask questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have another speaker. Madam Clerk. The second speaker.
Caller with number ending in 4978.
Hello?
Hello, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, Mayor Zaragoza, members of the City Council. My name is Manuel Herrera, the creator of Citizens for Better Oxnard. Aaron Starr is once again proposing 3 ballot initiatives for the November election. As a reminder, he convinced the Oxnard voters to pass one in 2016, and it was later found to violate state law and was struck down by the courts. That's right, Aaron Starr convinced the voters to actually pass something that violated the law. What's that saying? Then in 2020, he brought 4 more measures. One of them lost by a landslide. One has been an all-out failure and a waste of our taxpayer funds. One has made our government less transparent because Aaron made it so that the city can't do live presentations at public meetings. And lastly, one measure was struck down by the courts. Even Starr's measures that pass are either struck down by the courts or they negatively affect our local government or public in some way. Now, here we are again in 2024, and Starr is trying to float 3 initiatives in River Park. If this sounds familiar, it should. He tried to do similar ones back in 2022, but failed miserably when he, Alicia Purcell, and former Oxnard resident Ty Hartley were admonished by a judge when they didn't follow state law. This time, Aaron and Alicia seem to have dumped Ty Hartley and now recruited Aaron's co-worker, Daniel Wolkenfeld, to float these initiatives once again. This time he actually chose to follow the law and got the very low minimum of 104 signatures. Yep, that's all he needed to get it on the ballot. Now here's the real kicker. He has cleverly chosen 3 initiatives that could affect the entire city, but only River Park gets to vote on this. Yep, this could affect the entire city's budget, but only a single neighborhood gets to vote on it. But let me ask you this, residents of South Oxnard, of La Colonia, of Rose Park, of any of the 51 neighborhoods in this city, if Starr convinces River Park to reduce or do away with their tax obligation to keep their neighborhood looking the way it does, will you be okay with the general fund paying to maintain River Park at higher quality? And the rest of us will now get even less landscaping, less public safety funding, and less recreation programming for kids and seniors. Because guess what? If River Park stops paying their special tax, and if it's going to keep up that level, it will literally come out of funding that is supposed to cover the rest of the city. Think this one through, people. If you know someone in River Park, tell them to vote no on all 3. And River Park residents, if you hear me, I only scratched the surface of the damage Starr has done to this community. Be very careful for what you wish for, because you just might get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Our next speaker is Paul Schublin. Paul? Item M7. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Paul Schnabelin. I'm here as a private citizen and a homeowner in River Park, and I want to voice my objection to the initiatives that are being considered by the council on tonight's agenda. About 13 years ago, when my wife and I bought our townhome, we were made aware that River Park was in a community facilities district, which meant that a portion of our tax bill would be used to finance public services and improvements in our neighborhood. Nobody's ever happy about paying taxes, but we figured we're getting good value for them, considering the parks, the trails, and the green spaces in the neighborhood. A couple of years ago, a set of initiatives were circulated around our neighborhood promising reductions to what we would pay in property taxes. When my wife and I looked carefully at the initiatives, it seemed to us that we were being sold a bad deal with the hook of a tax break. Those initiatives went nowhere, but I'm disappointed to see that a version of them has been introduced again. There are a couple of things I'd like to make clear about these initiatives. First, although they're promising tax savings, the taxes we're paying for the Community Facilities District only represent about 10% of the total tax bill in the case of our home. The remainder of the taxes we pay on the home won't be affected. We figure that even if the CFD taxes were fully removed, we've only saved about $1,700 a year from our home's total tax bill. The supporters of the initiatives would like people to believe in, who are renting apartments, rooms, and homes in the neighborhood would see their rents reduced if these initiatives passed, but there's nothing in them to guarantee that. It's more likely those savings are going to be pocketed by property owners, and it's never going to be passed along to the homeowners.
These initiatives don't speak about how the services that are provided to the CFD can be maintained if they're passed. The supporters insist that River Park's master HOA could take over the responsibility of the landscaping and maintenance for the residents, but that would require the city to deed the property to the HOA. There'd be less accountability to the residents for maintenance problems, and the master HOA would pass the cost along to River Park residents in the form of higher HOA fees. And the fact that I've heard that the master HOA isn't even interested in taking over the responsibilities of CFD, and I have some misgivings about this legislation already. So what happens if the HOA doesn't take it over? Then it's going to be the city's responsibility to pay that money out of the general fund. That means more taxes paid by all people in the entire city, poorer quality upkeep and maintenance for the city and neighborhoods, or both. I also notice as well that the initiatives have provisions that declare other initiatives that pass but conflict with theirs to be null and void, and if the city ever decides to go to court to fight them, the backers of the initiatives get their legal bills paid for by the city. So basically, if these initiatives pass, we lose our right to vote, to repeal them, and we're stuck with all the legal bills. I'm sure that as these initiatives pass, there'll be similar initiatives coming to hobble the city's other CFDs and landscape management districts too. These proposed initiatives aren't about giving taxpayers back their money. They're bad for my community, they're bad for the city, and they deserve to be rejected by the voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
We do not have any additional speakers on this item.
Okay, so Mr. City Manager before Tehran, or Tehran before the City Manager? Go ahead,
Go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, I just want to first of all thank the public speaker. I do want to clarify one point, because I think there's an assumption being sold out there that if the residents of a Melrose community chooses to do away with their Melrose tax, there's an assumption that the general fund would pick up the cost, and that's absolutely untrue. So I just want to remind everyone, the Melrose is a vehicle provided through state law that allows development of these large neighborhoods to be built. My understanding is the Melrose itself is almost like the foundation of the neighborhood, that it had to be put in place before the neighborhood was actually constructed. And it is the foundation, it's part of the architecture, it underpins the whole neighborhood. So to after the fact, try to fool people into thinking that the city added this tax later is a very disingenuous thing. So, but I do want to clarify this assumption that if for any reason it goes away, that the general fund would automatically pick it up. That is patently false, incorrect, and will not happen. Thank you.
Councilor Tehran.
Thank you. And thank you earlier for the explanation of what's in front of us, Mr. Rizal. And just as a quick item here, as I have with the other local ballot initiatives that have been floated in the city of Oxnard, read them through thoroughly, and I certainly have thoughts on these three, and they do pertain to River Park, which is in District 2, where I was elected to serve. And I hope that reading through them and seeing some of the language that was used, I'm hoping that through the city, or I'm happy to do it as a council member, that we can look at holding informational sessions and town hall meetings in River Park as time goes on here, to inform the public and give them opportunities to learn about these and ask questions and get factual information on them. I'd be happy. I see our neighborhood council chair from River Park was here. Thank you again, Mr. Schneblin, for coming out and making comments. I'd certainly see the River Park Neighborhood Council as a forum for that neighborhood to come to any meeting that they hold to discuss this as well. But we can work with them. We can do this as a city. But informational sessions, this is not going to be something the city attorney or the city manager be taking a position on at these meetings, but to provide that information for people and answer those questions. And I hope we'd invite the author and proponents as well.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, before we go to Ken, go ahead.
Thank you. This is probably going to be a procedural question. If we go the 9212 route and we retain someone to examine all three initiatives, and they take a look at the fiscal impact that these initiatives are going to have, Will it consider, and I ask this because we all just got notified of increases from the county of Ventura about legal or publishing within the voter guide and the cost per area or whatever. So my question is going to be, we have 3 initiatives. There'll have to be something published in a voter guide for all 3 initiatives, and it will be in their area, and you said there was about 4,200 registered voters?
About 4,600, yes.
Do we have an idea how much each of those initiatives will cost us for publication and where that money comes from?
I know that we received an estimate from the county on that. I don't have those numbers in front of me right now, but it is 6 digits.
Well, I would hope that 9212 would look at that also as a financial impact, because the money's got to come from somewhere. And I don't know if it comes out of general fund or out of, restricted funds or.
Mr. City Attorney?
Well,
I mean, it should be a city manager.
City manager, you want to be city attorney? No, I'm teasing.
No, I'm not. I could never do that. But the Mayor Pro Tem raises an interesting question. If this is an election purely inside the CFD, by the CFD, for the CFD, it raises an interesting question. Does the CFD finance that election?
That issue has not been discussed yet, so that's an issue we'll need to look at.
And to pay for the election.
That's right.
But I do want to emphasize that if the council chooses the recommended action by staff, thank you, of 1C, that a 9212 report would be prepared, it would have a full explanation of what are the impacts of these initiatives. And to address Mr. Stein's question, it would look at the impacts. Mr. Stein wanted to know the number of jobs that'll be lost. I think it's going to be difficult to say. There's a lot of different options that could happen depending if the voters of River Park adopted 0, 1, 2, or 3, and then the issues involved. The city clerk just gave me the estimate from the operations manager at the county. The cost estimate is $126,300 plus legal publishing cost. So it is a substantial cost for the election.
And that's for all 3 together?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. If I can have just another quick second on that.
go ahead.
Thank you for raising that question, Mayor Pro Tem, about what would fund the publication and the election and everything. My assumption was that it would come where all of our costs go for elections, and that would be our general fund. But an interesting thing that will need to be discussed is if the CFD would have to pick that up because it's by for the CFD. I certainly have feelings about that, considering $126,000 can go a long way in that CFD for doing a number of things and going to almost every River Park Neighborhood Council meeting and hearing the things they consistently look at that are of priority to them in that CFD. That's just a whole other layer of concern for me on this. And I hope the proponent is taking note of this as well, as are the residents of River Park, as far as the cost goes for having this on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, and we're looking at potentially item 1 and 2. Is that staff's recommendation?
The staff recommendation would be,
I'm sorry.
It's 1C as in cat. So basically, for the initiatives, you would, the recommendation is you order a report pursuant to Election Code Section 9212, and then direct that the report be brought back before the council at its meeting on June 18th.
Okay. Councilor Perrella?
Yes, I would just like to remind some of my fellow councilmen and the public, this election is going to happen. This cost is going to have to be paid. The outcome is what's the outcome is what is going to really matter. Jobs, whatever. But as one councilman, I can only speak for myself. I have been approached by various members of my district, and they have told me, no way in hell will they support paying fees for some entity that bought homes knowing there were fees implied when they bought the home to take care of the landscaping. They do not want to assist somebody else getting out from underneath an obligation to take care of their own place. And it would be my decision on a vote, but I'm sharing with my fellow council members. I don't know if you've gotten feedback, but I have to face my voters, and even if I don't, I got to face the guy in the mirror. And I do not like the concept, having bought a piece of real estate. The realtor makes sure that you initial every box, check everything 3 times. They look at it. They do not let you get out of there. You're hot to trot to get your place. Hang on, make sure we check this. 3 different guys initial, and I'm on the hook. Now there's an opportunity for me potentially to get off the hook and dump it on somebody else. I can't support dumping it on somebody else. This is the decision the people in River Park are going to have to make. And the ramifications are, in my opinion, you're going to be looking at a very desolate place in River Park without the landscaping and all the amenities, let alone, and I do greatly appreciate the gentleman that came to the podium and talked, and the letters that I've gotten from people in River Park, let alone how it would impact the police services and everything else. A lot of people like River Park because they feel safe. I don't know what it would be like without the police services. So I just needed to share that with you. And the fact that it's going to cost $100,000, $500,000 to run the election, they qualified. As one council member gave them credit for getting it and approved, they followed the rules, got qualified. The proof's going to be in the pudding. What do those people want? I hope they vote it down, but this is going to happen. And I do approve and appreciate the mayor pro tem suggestion of having somebody, a third party, come and bring it to us. The only question I have there is, which, again, gets to meat and potatoes and dollars and cents. Do we have a concept of what that's going to cost? It's just so that we don't walk into this because whatever it costs, it's like giving a blank check. We need to have that done so we can show the voters what this is involved.
We do have a cost. The cost would be $10,000. The party that would be retained is Russ Branson, who was formerly with the city of Roseville for a number of years as their CFO. He also prepared the 9212 reports for the STAR initiatives 4 years ago. So he is very experienced. He understands cities, he understands CFDs. So he is, I think, uniquely qualified to provide the robust analysis, which staff believes is important.
And one question and a follow-up, Mr. Starr and his organization moving Oxnard forward, which is kind of a joke, the title. The fact that he is very good at litigation. Have we gone out to bids or we have requests for proposals on this? I don't want to get challenged in court to jack us up because he's very good at doing that.
Mr. Starr can sue on anything, but at this point in time, given the timelines that we are under, we feel very comfortable with the process we use. It's the same process we used 4 years ago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rizal. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a follow-up question. You said a price of $10,000. Is that per initiative or a total package?
Total package.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I would make a motion that for each packet or each initiative, we order a 9212 report.
Second.
Second, okay, we got a first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilman Charan.
Yes, sir.
Can we make an amendment that order the reports be brought back to the city council at their June 18th meeting?
Absolutely.
That would be helpful.
With that correction? Or with that amendment too?
With that amendment, yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, motion, second by Charan, please vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Our last item, okay, and Councilor Basua.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item is Housing Department declaration of 3 parcels in downtown Heritage Square as surplus land. Recommendation, the City Council adopt a resolution, 1, declaring the following as surplus properties and no longer necessary for the city's use. 1A, 731 South 8th Street, Heritage Square Hall, the chapel. B, 715 South 8th Street, Perkins Pump House, the Visitor Center. And C, 720 South B Street, the Malhart Storehouse, a winery. 2, finding the adoption of this resolution does not constitute an approval of a project under California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and is exempt from CEQA. Pub RES Code and 21065 CEQA Guidelines, 15060E 23, 1561B3, and 15064D 3, and 15378A. And this did not originate in committee, and of course, it was a pre-record item per Measure M, and we have Mr. Emilio Ramirez for additional information, council members. However, Emilio, I do have about six speakers that, why don't we take them first? Okay, our first is Al Barkley and followed by Gary Blum. Mr. L.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. My name is Al Barkley, and I'm the current chairman of the board of Heritage Square Property Owners Association. And the association is responsible for keeping the lights on at Heritage Square, and so to speak. And I'm here today representing the square in our effort to keep the square available for public use and one of Oxnard's most beautiful venues. To accomplish this, we really need the city's consideration. For 25 years, the city of Oxnard and Heritage Square had an agreement that allowed the city to use the square for their community activities and the benefit of the public. In 2020, because of COVID and various costs, that agreement was canceled, and all revenues to the homeowners association stopped. That put a substantial burden, financial burden, on the building owners and our ability to maintain the square. As an example, fees went up by over 70% to each building owner, and every dollar that we pay in fees goes to support the benefit of Heritage Square. In 2022, I became the chairman of the board, and we were really underwater. No revenues coming in, and our expenses had gone up at least 50% over the prior 5 years. No activities were coming into the square, no revenue was coming into the square. The city didn't want to take on that responsibility, and I understand that. So we agreed as a board to take on the responsibilities of bringing activities back into the square and to opening it back up for public use and benefit. It was the city's vision to keep it as a public space, basically being supported by the homeowners association, the homeowners, the building owners that own buildings at Heritage Square. What a great business model. Public space being supported by private owners. And that's where it exists today. But going forward, it's really important for us to keep the city's involvement. We need to keep you involved in some capacity. So we made an offer to relieve the city of all financial liability and costs going forward by us assuming the buildings by either a lease agreement or by a transfer of ownership. And for us to maintain the buildings in their entirety going forward. Is this 3 minutes already?
Thank you, Al. Thank you.
All right.
Can I, City Attorney, can we ask for the gentleman if he can finish?
Can you,
Yeah, it's up to the presiding officer. However, in fairness, other people should be given a similar amount of time.
Next speaker. That way just to be fair to the rest of the speakers in the future. Gary Blum, followed by Abel Magana.
Evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Gary Blum. I'm the current site superintendent at Heritage Square. I've been there since 1991. A lot of people don't know, though, that I was actually there in 1985. I was actually appointed to the Heritage Square Task Force, which is a series of downtown business owners and property owners to help develop Heritage Square and what it was going to become. And it was a really incredible process and involved a lot of consultants and contractors and a lot of input. And a lot of people don't even know how many other versions of Heritage Square there could have been. as I just wanted to piggyback on what Al was saying, the board did vote to continue public programming. We were fortunate to get a license agreement, a short-term one, to operate with the city's amenities there, and hoping that someday we would be able to continue that in a more formal manner. But recently that question has come up, and we're a little concerned about that, about how we can continue operating. There are some incredibly exciting things that are happening with what we're doing there. We met and exceeded our revenue goals last year. That's going to happen again this year. We're having record number of events, new kinds of events that are engaging a broader spectrum of our community, more partnerships with other nonprofits. We're working with the Ventura County Rose Society. They've officially adopted us. We have monthly classes there that are free to the community. They take care of our 140 roses. I'm in discussions with the California Teachers Association, Music Teachers Association, to actually begin a series of uses of the church building, that we could have a concert grand piano, similar to some of the great programs that the city manager's been dealing with Sharon Moraga and other individuals. And what I wanted to bring up, though, was how critically important these last three buildings are to the square. Two of them are very small. They don't even have restrooms, plumbing in them. The church building is very significant in that it offers us winter and summer opportunities for programming. We're not a year-round venue because the association only owns the outdoor area. And the most critical thing, I think, is that from 1987 to 1989, the plans were that the city would always have some involvement with the square. And I know things change, budgets change, obligations change, but the most critical thing, I think, is that, and bear with me because I saved papers. This is a stack of 47 council agendas I kept over 6 years. It was about a foot high, and I took it down to just 3 of them. But the most significant thing was the building that never got built there, and that was a restroom facility that was supposed to deal with all of the public uses and functions. And the city cut this from the budget in 1989. This plan was 1989. And they said, we're going to forever continue utilizing Heritage Square Hall as the public restroom facility for all of those outdoor venues. And so to consider selling that building and us to lose public restrooms, this would be devastating to the site and its future as a tourist destination, as a revenue generator, as an economic stimulus for downtown and the city as a whole. This structure, I took it to an architect, or excuse me, a contractor. He said it would cost over $800,000 to build today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. Abel Magana, followed by Angela Whitecomb. Abel? Mm-hmm.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and city staff. I'm Abel Magana. I'm the executive director for the Downtown Oxnard Improvement Association. So I'm here basically to ask you to defer and to reconsider the recommended action for tonight, to declaring these three properties in Heritage Square as surplus. Not going to go into a great amount of detail, but reiterates and reference a letter that we had previously submitted.
Madam Clerk, the time. Thank you. Go ahead, Abel.
Oh, got a full 3 minutes. There we go, bonus. Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate a few of the cultural and economic reasons for retaining the subject properties. And in doing so, I would just reference a letter that we submitted, our organization, DOIA, back in March of 2022, which was in support of using ARPA funds to make some repairs necessary on this deferred maintenance. Some of the issues that I think that the city recognizes have needed to be addressed. So we still stand in support of that action. I know the ARPA funds have been suggested maybe to use them for other purposes, but for this, you took that action, and we'd like to see that through. Just a note, the Heritage Square is one of our two major anchors in our cultural and entertainment district in the downtown, critical for programming, and and I just wanted to note, actually, too, taking a deep dive into some of the documents that was in Gary's office and looking over some of the archival things. One of the original documents for the planning referenced the church is currently located in the Heritage Square site, renovated by the agency and dedicated to the city as a community facility. And one other reference in 1987 that said, Heritage Square is not a historic preservation effort, but rather a business undertaking driven by a profit motive. So using the historic theme as its marketing basis. So I think that's very relevant even today in terms of all the activities and the programming that goes on in the square. And then lastly, you know, I did try to take a quick crash course in the Surplus Land Act, and I want to commend this gentleman, Emilio Ramirez, for how he's used it to great effect with a lot of the other properties. We took the previous action of declaring a lot of lands that were held by the redevelopment agency for decades, and they're now in motion. They're actually being put into private hands and being used to great effect. But there are exemptions to this that should maybe, if I'm reading this correctly, that one exemption is for certain small properties, which are less than 1/2 acre in area size, which I think combined, you know, all of the properties in Heritage Square don't come anywhere near that. There's also exemptions for land transferred to a community land trust, also for the property to be transferred from one agency to another or a third-party intermediary. So I don't know. I'm not an expert in this for sure, but I just read it in layman's terms. It sounds like there's options.
Thank you, Abel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Angela Whitecomb, followed by Rolando Rubalcaba. Angela?
Good evening. My name is Angela Whitecomb, and I am the chair for DOYA, the Downtown Merchants Association, the Wilson Neighborhood, and Parks and Recreation Community Services Commission. I'm here on behalf of myself, as none of those entities had the opportunity to vote on these, so I just wanted to make that clear. But we did talk about it. Heritage Square is one of the city's cultural centers. It is very important to the downtown. Between the festivals, the concerts, and the tours, and the field trips, the buildings the city owns provide a public purpose for the city. That's the citizens, I mean. Once these buildings are sold, how are these events going to take place? Without a public restroom, you don't have it. We're losing another cultural center in the downtown. Am I sounding familiar here? Just frustrated. I understand that the council is concerned for the cost of the deferred maintenance. I just railed you guys a couple weeks ago about the condition of these buildings. And then I find out that you've designated ARPA funds to restore these buildings and then to make them nice again so we don't have rotting windows and staircases that you can't climb. And now I understand that the city doesn't want to do that. They want to keep the money, take the ARPA funds and put them to another use, probably deserving, yet now they're going to sell these buildings so they're no longer available for public use. I'm just trying to figure out why and where and how, and it just doesn't make any sense to me. You can redesignate this. We did this with the 5 Points Parks slots, the lots. The city took those little lots that were part of the redevelopment. I understand that the city doesn't occupy this in a governmental space, but we did this with the 5 Points where they took those lots and they transferred them over to the parks for development. And now they're, they're designated park space, but they're undeveloped. I'm understanding there's long-term leases so that the Heritage Square Group could fix up these buildings. You've got a lot of professionals and a lot of people with imagination and a passion for the downtown and a commitment to the downtown, and most of us are volunteers. Please, please use us. Please pick our brains. Please say, hey, we need your help. We want for this to happen. This is what we need. But if you sell it, and then somebody comes in and they buy it, and we can't use it for these goods because they want to put a church in there and they want it closed and they only want it for church members. What does that do for the summer concerts? What does that do for the field trips? What does that do for the Christmas time? Please help. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Rolando Rubalcaba, followed by Brendan Burns.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, council members. My name is Rolando Rubalcaba. I am a tenant. I have a business at the Heritage Square. Before we had this space at the Heritage Square, we used to be online only, go to pop-ups throughout California. Now with the space, before we were involved in the community, I really didn't know what was the involvement, what it took place of. But now that we have the shop, the space, the Heritage Square has provided us with a place where we could connect with the community, a space where we could create events for the community. Like this, our third year doing an event called the Palomazo Music Series, where we bring in bands from Ventura County, LA County, Santa Barbara County. We bring in people out here so they could get to know the Heritage Square, they could get to know Oxnard. This year we are bringing another event, second year, which is called Panteon, which is a cultural event that we do for the Day of the Dead. It's one of the biggest events that we've done. We brought in 1,500 people from all those counties I mentioned. The Heritage Square is a space where we can connect with the community. We couldn't do it anywhere else. And this is something that's very special to us, and we want to continue doing these events for the community. Like once we finished the events, we heard a lot of comments, especially positive. So one that stood out said, Oxnard needed this, which is very important to me as well. And with that, we do need those buildings to continue creating events like these. And with the recent discussion, regarding the disposition of the city properties at the Heritage Square, we ask you to consider the importance of these properties in the operations of public programming at the Heritage Square. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Brendan Burns.
Honorable Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and City Council members. Ahoy hoy, my name is Brandon Burns and I love Oxnard. If you're not already familiar with me, I have 8 degrees, including a master's in public policy. I was on the board of Oxnard Historic Farm Park, where I helped get it on the National Register of Historic Places. I've been very involved in the community, grew up on Hemlock, and I'm here in support of keeping the properties with the city, so voting this down. I want you to take a moment and I want you to think about a time where you were at Heritage Square for a public event. While you were at that event, do you remember kids playing, people having fun? Just think about that for a second. Okay, hold on to that. So my first point that I want to talk about is when I was on the board of the Oxnard Historic Farm Park and I was giving tours, people would come from out of town at our events and they would say that they are going to the farm park, to the harbor, and to Heritage Square. That's where people used to go. A really important part, something that I learned from my research that was published in the International Journal of Education and Human Development on building a sense of community, is you need a shared sense of place. When you have places that are shared, you have a sense of community. Nobody here thinks my house is community, but when you think of Heritage Square, don't you think of that as a public place, as part of our city? So the last thing I want to talk to you guys about is the role of government if you break it down to its 2 most fundamental pieces. One, it's the monopoly on the use of force, so protecting, making sure that we have public safety, making sure that our laws are making a fair system for people to play within. But prior to that, it's living the good life. We didn't have to go to the moon. We don't have to have national parks. We don't have to have libraries. We don't even have to have schools. But these are all things that make life better. These are all things that we know are good for us. When you came up with the idea, the City Council of the City of Oxnard came up with the idea of Heritage Square, at its root, it was living the good life. It was creating a place for community, for a shared space. And the thing is, that's what it is. And if you sell off this property, you can't guarantee that that is going to be something. If you were on the federal government in Congress, would you consider selling off the national parks just because it cost money? Or would you say this is something worthwhile? And that's what I want to ask you. Thinking back to those times, those children playing, families coming, people coming from out of towns, Heritage Square is a key component to our culture, to our community. It is a central place for us. It's one of very few that we have. And for the city to dispose of it, maybe it's fine, but maybe in the future, 10 years from now, people don't get to do that because you don't know who the land's going to go to. You don't know how it's going to play out. So I urge you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. Madam Clerk, other speakers, I think we have a speaker on the,
Mayor, we have two
Okay.
virtual speakers
Okay.
and then another additional speaker that's here in person. But
Okay.
we'll go to the virtual callers that have been waiting patiently. Caller with number 4978, please unmute. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Good evening, my name's Larry. I'm somewhat concerned because who owns this property? The city of Oxnard. Who is one of the biggest slumlords in the city? The city of Oxnard. The city is not doing a very good job maintaining its buildings. You see a number of capital improvement projects that aren't being funded. Who's supposed to fund these things? The city council is supposed to fund these things. These properties were not even listed on a capital improvement project list of things that could be done. Why did the city spend all this money to promote activities to promote downtown Oxnard, and you go ahead and just turn it around? We have the Carnegie Museum, and there's been a lot of discussion about the Carnegie Museum, and the city's doing minimum amount of maintenance on the museum. People would come to Oxnard to see the Carnegie Museum. We also have people coming to downtown Heritage Square to walk around and enjoy the ambiance this property has to offer. Why is the city not maintaining its properties? The city is increasing its funding to increase the sales tax, but the city does not want to seem to spend its money on the maintenance of its own buildings. Buildings fall apart. Why? Why is staff not bringing these items up to the public on agenda items on an annual basis? We need money for this, we need money for that, and don't mention the fact that we need money for other things as well. Why isn't there a complete list of the properties that are falling apart that the city owns? Is it too embarrassing? Now you want to get rid of 3 properties that the city owns, and you're going to ruin it for the community. It's the city's council responsibility to take action to improve the community, not make it worse. The selling of these buildings makes things worse. To promote downtown activities, to keep advertising things, but what have you done lately? Blind Festival doing well? Is the Salsa Festival doing well? And how about Juneteenth? How's that going to do? Again, we used to have all these activities going on. They say with this new management and lack of resources of imagination seems to do me a disservice to the community that they were voted to protect. Again, please retain these buildings and fix the buildings up. Thank you very much for your time.
thank you, Madam Clerk. We have other virtual speakers.
Caller with number ending in 6377, please unmute.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Mayor Zaragoza, members of the City Council, this is Manuel Herrera again, creator of Citizens for Better Oxnard. It was when I was reading the agenda earlier today that I saw this on the agenda. And I gotta say, I've been on this high right now because, here everything has been going great. Our streets are getting paved. We have a surplus. Everything's going great. And then I see this, and then I'm hearing all the speakers. And now I'll tell you straight up, I don't know the whole story behind this. Again, I just saw it on the agenda, and I'm hearing all the speakers. But if it's what I think it is, then this is not good. It seems, and forgive me for saying this, but it seems like the city is treating the Heritage Square like the stepchild here. This is not. I hope somebody can explain what's really going on here, because if you're going to sell these 3 parcels or pieces of these 3 buildings, and that's going to affect the Heritage Square. And if it's going to even destroy the Heritage Square, then do you know what the people of Oxnard will do? I mean, everybody loves Heritage Square. I go there all the time. Some of you guys go there all the time. Again, I don't know the whole story, but for example, on slide number 5, it says number 8. It says during last year, 117 events were held in addition to 52 public tours, serving 17,268 people, resulting in $40,525 of rental income. Number 9 says it created an estimated 276,288 economic impact. I mean, it seems like the Heritage Square is doing really good, and yet by selling off these parcels, it looks like you're going to destroy all this. Now, again, correct me if I'm wrong. And then about the ARPA, the $1 million ARPA money that was supposed to be used for repairs, and now it's not being used. Why don't you use that money, repair the stuff, and then maybe lease the buildings to the Heritage Square for $1 a year or something? And again, I'm sorry, I don't know enough about this, but I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, and that you guys are not going to destroy what's happening at the Heritage Square. I hope one of you guys can explain this. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. One last thing. Also, the presentation says that the chapel is a historical landmark. So you're getting rid of that as well. Again, none of this is making sense. Please let it make sense.
Thank you, Manny. Any other virtual speakers, Madam Clerk?
No additional speakers, but we do have one speaker here in person.
Okay, Rex Libby. Rex.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. That was great to follow up to. We just found out about this a couple of weeks ago as well, and obviously it's on your agenda for surplus property, and for whatever reason it happens or doesn't happen, I think it's been very well pointed out that it's a significant community attribute. So, by the way, Rex Levy, I'm chairman of the Land Use Committee of the Downtown Improvement Association. We unanimously voted in our committee to recommend for you to do a deed restriction on those 3 properties, that they continue the service that they provide for the city now. That is an easy, simple solution, regardless of what happens to the funds, to the rehabilitation, surplus for sale. If you can put that deed restriction on those properties, they will continue to serve our community. Simple as that. So that's what we unanimously voted on and agreed. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, any other speakers, Madam Clerk? Either virtually or here?
We do not have any additional speakers on this item.
Okay, so we have, Emilio, we have the city manager. You want to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to try to put this into some context in terms of what I've been trying to do here since I've been here over the last nearly 6 years of trying to make things a little bit better. So I hear what everyone is saying, and I can agree with a lot of it, but there's a missing link in the logic here that I don't understand, which is this assumed binary that if the city no longer owns the buildings, that public events won't take place. There's no logic to that. There's no, why is the assumption that the HOA and everyone else can't continue to do what it is that you'd like to do there? So that's the first thing I want to point out. Now, like I said, I've been here for nearly 6 years, and over this time, I've heard a lot of complaints about City Hall, about a myriad of things, most of which have been legitimate, but also have been decades in the making, especially when it comes to deferred maintenance. And I want to tell you that deferred maintenance, for whatever reasons, and there are many reasons, is a trademark of this entire nation. Bridges, tunnels, hospitals, schools, firehouses. That's just the way it goes. Now, I have a local explanation in my nearly 30 years of experience at city halls is most of the time, especially during budget season, people, various interest groups never show up here or in any city hall to demand that the city save money for the roof that's going to need replacing in 20 years. It's always for something they want today. And that explains why all jurisdictions have a ton of deferred maintenance. Recently, I read that the city of Santa Clara, which is one of the wealthiest cities in California, is looking to put a $621 million bond to the residents for deferred maintenance. So I share that as a little bit of context about our inability to keep up with our assets. Now, with regard to the kind of interest that you have here, and I appreciate Mr. Blum talking about the vision from the 80s and Mr. Magana actually citing to the business model and the profit model for this. But that's precisely why I want the city to get out of it, right? So if you think about the big popular items that the city has been involved in over the years, many years, enterprises that actually require a profit model, and I'm going to use the term that you all use when you complain about the city, which is we suck. But let's go over a report card of those enterprises. So, and let's just be blunt about it. Heritage Square, over all these years, we suck. The city's participation, so that's an F. The Carnegie, city's participation, we sucked. Report card, F. The PAC, city's involvement, we suck. Report card, F. The golf course, we suck. Report card, F. A lot of it has to do with, aside from whatever decisions and choices were made back in those years, government is not built, like people always say, we should run like a business. That is absolutely wrong. We should never operate like a business. That's not what government is here for. And as a result, because of our bureaucracy and the reason we're here and the rules we have to follow, we suck at actual profit making. We're just no good at this stuff. So I want to pull us out of it. If you all want to continue running it the way that following your vision, just buy the property and you can keep doing it. This is not an absolute binary where if we don't own it, these events can't occur. I disagree with that. I think they absolutely can occur. But I'm telling you, look at the report card. We're not good at this stuff because we're not built for it, and you don't want us to be in the business of profiteering. That's not our role, and again, Heritage Square, Carnegie, PAC Golf Course. Look at the track record of each of those during all the years that the city had major involvement. We shouldn't be in this business. So my preference is let the private sector take care of it and you guys can run it. I don't understand why you can't have these interesting and fun events if we don't own those last few buildings. And also, with regard to the historical nature of the chapel, remember the Oxnard Farm Park. We let that go too because I should have put that on the credit card. We got an F there also. but we let it go into private hands, into a nonprofit that runs it professionally and is actually in the works of expanding it and making it even better. So we're not good at it. We shouldn't do it. And that's why the recommendation is before you. We should just put it on the market, and you have a new member in your HOA, and you have your HOA rules as well. But I strongly suggest that the HOA get together and purchase it. So that's my explanation. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is probably going to be a little long-winded. I've been very pleased with Mr. Nguyen. I love your work. I love your approach. But this is one of those rare areas where he and I are on opposite ends of the page. And I think it's incumbent upon us as a city to provide a clean, safe, healthy environment for our residents to live, work, and recreate. And that doesn't always require that we make a profit at everything. We have tons of park space that we don't make a profit off of, but it's a place where our families can go, our kids can recreate, people can have a good time, and it's expensive to run them. We have miles of beach that we go out and clean every year so that people can have a safe place to go swim and relax. I've been, and it's no secret, if you've gone to any of the summer concerts, you will see me sitting in a chair and about the same table I've had for the last, I think, 25 years. And when they first started doing the summer concerts, I was sitting on the grass in what I call the cheap seats with my wife and our best friends. And I finally got to a point in life where I could get down and enjoy myself, but I couldn't get back up off the ground. And I told my wife, we need to get a table, because this sitting on the ground stuff's not for me anymore. And so we've had our table for maybe 20, 25 years, I don't know. I keep having people ask me if I would will it to them when I'm no longer here, and I said, well, I don't know, we'll see. But I love doing that. And I remember being at one concert talking to this couple, and they happened to be at Rancho Ventavo, and I talked to them a little bit, and I asked them, where are you from? Oh, we're from Northern California. And I said, if you don't mind my asking, why are you here? And she says, we saw it on the internet, and it was a guide to do things in Southern California. We thought, this looks great, let's go to Oxnard. And everybody says, okay, well, they came down here, they went to a free concert, because I invited them to sit at my table. I said, come sit with us, my wife and I, we have an extra couple seats, and come join us. And so, people are saying, well, what's the benefit of that? Well, they're staying in a hotel here in Oxnard. We get what we call transit occupancy tax from those hotels. We're drawing people down here. And I used to do a lot of work on the Salsa Festival for years and years and years. And I would have discussions with the business owners across the street in the plaza there, the theater owners and everyone else. And they said, well, this takes away all the parking, we can't do anything. And I said, look, we're bringing in 10,000 people over the weekend to this festival. We'll get them here. It's up to you to steal them away from us and get them into your restaurant or your business or whatever and make the tax money off of that. That's kind of the way of doing it. So, and sadly, when I look at the condition of the buildings down there, and we own 3 of them, and I'm embarrassed to say that they're probably the worst looking buildings right now on the Square property in terms of maintenance and stuff. And everybody says, well, what benefit do they serve the city? Well, one of them is a visitor center. The Perkins Pump House is a visitor center. It's got a broken window in it. I don't know how long the window's been broken, but it's broken. I don't know if it still needs a new roof or not. The chapel has sewer problems because we've deferred maintenance on it. But for whatever reason, when this project was brought forward, I remember right, it was McCarthy Construction did the original project. Pat McCarthy is the owner. Sadly, he's no longer with us. He passed away from cancer. The guy that was the site superintendent for the building was a gentleman by the name of Rick Knox. He's unfortunately no longer with us. So there's a lot of history of people that worked their fannies off to get this thing done. And yeah, they made a profit doing this, but that's what businesses do. I've had long discussions with a variety of people. We took on a position as a city a while back that we wanted to do cost recovery for all of our services. I disagreed with that, and I still disagree with that, because I think while it's okay to get some money, it's incumbent upon us as a community to provide a safe environment for people to come down and enjoy themselves, be it at a parade or a festival or whatever. And if you want to offset some of the costs, fine. But to do 100% cost recovery, that's expensive and is burdensome on a lot of the festivals. And COVID didn't help us in any way, shape, or form right now. So we're just now recovering and bringing things back to downtown. And by the way, I still have my table. I've already cashed a check, or sent a check in, and they've already cashed it. I know it cleared the bank, so I'm good there. But, you know, that's something that I do. And I don't get a discount on my table either. I pay full price like everybody else does, because I'm blessed I'm able to do that. And this is something that we do as a community to provide a nice, clean, enjoyable environment to have people come here. And we get people in our festivals, not festivals, but concerts that are from Santa Barbara, that are from Ventura, they're from Port Hueneme. And I've had several electeds from Port Hueneme come up and sit with me at my table, and they don't do that in Port Hueneme. They don't have a festival like this or a music venue like this that they can really showcase. This is a phenomenal asset to downtown. And for whatever reason that we didn't build the bathrooms when they originally were going to be put in, I don't know why. I don't remember why. But the only public bathrooms right now are in the chapel. If we sell that building and we tell someone, hey, you're going to buy this building, you can have it, it's your building, you do what you want, but the bathrooms have to be open all the time for people to use them. That's not going to work. And it'd be like me buying a house, and I live over in the historic district, and my realtor says, hey, you can live here in the historic district, you can live next so-and-so and so-and-so. Oh, but when they do Christmas Tree Lane and, Halloween and all that stuff, your bathrooms have to be available for all the people walking up and down the street. I'm not going to do that. Not that I don't like these people. Some of them I invite in, but, so I wouldn't buy a business downtown if all of a sudden somebody says, oh, by the way, your bathrooms have to be public. It's just not a good model. And I agree that it's nice to recoup some money, but we're not in the business of making money. I think we're in the business of providing a clean, safe environment for our community to go and recreate and enjoy themselves and have a good time. And if you haven't been to a summer concert, you really should go. And if I got an extra seat, you can sit at my table. I don't care. I'm pretty easy on that. But I just have a real problem with these buildings that we, for whatever reason, have not maintained them to the standard I would like to maintain them to. And our response is, we'll just declare them surplus, we'll sell them to somebody. We're not going to get much money out of them because there's too much repair work that needs to be done. I'd like to see us repair them, maintain them, and keep them so that it's a public asset. And everybody says, well, it has to be some sort of a public benefit. Well, it is a public benefit. It's where we have our docents that do the historical tours there. And we used to do a lot more stuff at the square. We used to do ghost tours for a long time. They do tours, they do other events. But you need restrooms for some of those events. And I am not paying $900, $50, however much I paid for the table this year, to use a porta potty in the west parking lot or the east parking lot. That just doesn't work for me. I'm kind of settled in my ways. I like a porcelain seat to be able to rest on. So, and that's just me as an individual. But I cannot support declaring these as surplus property at this point. And we've gone through this with other buildings where we haven't maintained them. And now we're trying to sell them, and the asking price just isn't there. So, Mr. Nguyen, I appreciate all the work you've done for us, but unfortunately on this one, I'm going to have to differ with my opinion on this.
Am I still invited, though, to your table this summer?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You just let your seat.
I won't even charge you.
Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for those words. I don't think they were long-winded, but that's me saying that, so thanks. All right. I appreciate all the information and the speakers bringing their portion, their perspectives on this. For disclosure, I did step away at the beginning of this item, and I meant to mention this then, but I did have a meeting with Mr. Barkley and Mr. Blum prior to this coming several weeks back, and no commitments were made on my part. I heard them out, and they explained much of what they shared tonight in their comments. Mr. Ramirez, I have just a couple quick questions here. Towards the end of Mr. Barkley's time, he did reference an offer that had been made to the city regarding these 3 properties we have. Are you able to summarize some of Mr. Barkley's offer? He was going to disclose that, assuming it's not something different than has been shared prior.
The Heritage Square Property Owners Association did submit an offer to purchase the property. First, it was submitted prior to a declaration of surplus, and we are not permitted to sell the property without having undergone the process that could start today. And it's defined by state law, and we have to undertake that process in order to get to the point of a sale such as the Owners Association offered. Their offer to purchase was, I believe, for $1, and it included the use of the ARPA funds to improve or to repair the properties that are there.
Okay, thank you very much. And then reference was made also to the potential for a deed restriction if these were to be sold to keep certain amenities or certain buildings open to the public for the person or entity that purchased that building, if this were to move forward to that point. Do we have the ability to do that? And maybe that's a question for the city attorney's office, unless you know Mr. Ramirez.
So we don't have the ability to do that at the outset, okay? What I mean by that is that the Surplus Land Act requires that we undertake a process to make it available to preferred buyers, where those buyers include public agencies, i.e. the county or a city department or a parks district or something like that. And if they buy it for their purpose, i.e. an office building or what have you, they're eligible to do that in that regard. The second slate of preferred buyers are affordable housing providers. And so if they buy it for that affordable housing purpose, then they're eligible to use it in that function. If we undertake that process and we don't have any offers from those buyers, then yes, we can sell it on the open market and impose a deed restriction and et cetera. On the open market, at that point, means that it doesn't need to be for that public purpose or that affordable housing function, and it could be for whatever other purpose that we would do. Deed restrictions could include, i.e. preservation of historic properties, or it could include in some, I mean, the one of the buildings, for example, two of the buildings, for example, doesn't have a bathroom, doesn't have, running water and et cetera. So it could include that they have to go together, for example. So those things need to be taken into consideration as part of the surplus land process.
Okay, thank you very much. So if I understand the process correctly, even with the initial offer made by the folks at Heritage Square, we would still have to go through this surplusing process before we could even get to the point where if it were not used by any developers for affordable housing or any of the other potential uses, then it were going to go open market, then they would get to the point where they could make that offer or a different offer that they did prior, correct?
That's correct. And just to be completely upfront, that offer is not the only offer that we have received. We received another offer privately, and we did the same thing there. We didn't accept it because we have to undertake this process first.
Okay. Well, after hearing the speakers, reading through the staff report as well, and then hearing from Mayor Pro Tem on this, I'm a little split on it. I agree with the city manager that a couple decades ago, this was a vision that folks in the city of Oxnard who were making those decisions had, and thinking about putting that into context, trying to put myself in those shoes, absolutely, I think it's a great vision. It hasn't come to realization over the time, and just as the examples the city manager used, Even in the best of times, the city just hasn't performed to the ability or to the level that a property like this or an amenity like this deserves. I think the public and private partnership we've had thus far, the collaboration we've had, has been great. And as Mr. Barkley and the staff report referenced, there has been some good work that's happened out there and continues to happen. That being said, I agree with what Mayor Pro Tem said as well, that there are some offerings and some things that the city does do, and that in a public-private partnership, the private sector does, that offers to the public that are invaluable. And so that's where I'm a little split on this, because while I hear the genuine intention and the care that the Heritage Square folks and the downtowners have for Heritage Square and offering to even take on these properties, I know logically, well, in that situation, we need to go through the surplus process to get to that point where they can make that offer. But at the same time, they also have the track record and the ability to continue running these things. And so, given what Mayor Pro Tem had pointed out, I'm leaning toward not supporting this at this time. I would ask, and this is a question, not an ending to my statement, I heard Mr. Barkley make reference, just as his time cut off, to the option of leasing the properties. I'm assuming he was going to say leasing the properties from the city. Is that something that would be an option that we could discuss if this were to be tabled or not succeed tonight?
The Surplus Land Act defines a lease longer than 5 years to be a disposition. So we would have to undertake the surplus land process in order to activate that lease. However, there is other structures that we could undertake. For example, if the property was, let's say, public open space, i.e. a park, and we were going to use it in that park scenario, we could contract for the operation of that park and not a lease. And we own it. It's run for a public purpose. We have to define that public purpose. And we run it for a public purpose, and we contract out that operation. We then figure out how do we collect from that contract. If they're making $41,000 in revenue, then we collect some amount for it, and we negotiate that contract. That is not a lease. But if we are going to lease it, then we have to undertake the Surplus Land Act.
I see, thank you. That sounds similar in structure to what we've done at the golf course, the PAC, and at the tennis courts. Is that accurate, what I'm saying?
I believe so, although I don't know those structures well enough to say yes, but it sounds.
Well, we have a city-owned property that we contract out to an operator, essentially. So I'm hoping that this discussion can kind of look at that as an option as well. I feel that there certainly are some benefits to Heritage Square. I don't go to concerts because I'm not as fun as Mayor Pro Tem, but I do frequent Heritage Coffee. I go there for meetings. I prefer, because it's a locally owned business, and they're very nice people there, and they have some great space to have meetings. And my daughters have been to field trips there, and we've utilized the trolley tour and bought tickets for that. And so even as someone who doesn't go to kind of the tentpole flagship events, I, as a resident, have utilized the square in numerous ways, including attending private events there, including a memorial service for former Supervisor Ramirez. So I feel that there's a number of public benefits that this square provides, and I guess I'm looking for some guidance on this. Can I direct staff to, would I have to make a motion to deny this and direct staff to discuss a potential for exploring an operator contract? Or I see head nods no.
We have a council member that wants to share, I'd like to share some information before we get there. Councilman Valenzuela.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess I remember going to a lot of these concerts as a kid. My dad would take me and my brother. I remember like running around like the little mounds and like even at the winery, like playing tag up and down the stairs around these buildings. And I still frequent Heritage Square through Heritage Coffee, known the operator since I was in elementary school. I regularly go to 1901 Speakeasy for their garlic fries. Very delicious. I recommend anyone if they want to go there. And so I guess looking at this, like I kind of have to agree with the city manager on this that it's it's nice to have these buildings there, but I think it doesn't mean any of the events or other businesses go away because the city does not own these properties. And I regularly do believe that the government should provide more services, but honestly, I'm looking at it more as like the Carnegie Art Museum or the OPAC as more of a priority over these three buildings, especially when you look at the size of the winery or the visitor center, like very small venues. And I think even like in some of these comments about, like, and not to diss owning a table. I've never actually sat at a table at the music performances, but like I think even looking at like the Ventura County Fairgrounds right now, they're promoting VIP sections, so forth, so people could, so they can enjoy the entertainment out there. And just from what I've learned from work, just one last comment. For the Mayor Pro Tem, actually, they do have porta potties with porcelain seats as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Emilio, the question I have, I know we had an offer and potentially another offer from the HOA. Do we need an appraisal on this or surplus property to kind of with more or less to find out what the offers would look like?
We do need, if we are going to sell it, we need to sell it at market. And when we do sell it at market, that appraisal needs to be current. It can't be stale. We don't have an appraisal right now, but we do have a broker's opinion of value, which is included in the staff report. The reason we didn't get an appraisal is that by the time we get to the point of considering a transaction, it needs to be a current appraisal. And so we went as far as that opinion that we stated.
And I just want to commend all the speakers that spoke today, and I know that Heritage Square has been there for a long time, and the concerts have been there for as long as I can remember, and a lot of people really like those concerts, and it kind of, people like to come to Oxnard for that reason. And I know they spoke about deed restrictions, and they talk about potentially maybe the HOA buying the property. And if we had an appraisal and the HOA, let me back up a little bit. If the HOA was to buy the property, can we come up with a first right of refusal for them because they're the HOA? You see what I'm saying?
Can we write a first right of refusal for the HOA to buy it from us?
Yes. Would that be legal and probably maybe
If we're going to sell it via the surplus land, that we have to first make it available to those preferred buyers, the public agency and the affordable housing. If we go through that process and we don't receive an offer and transaction doesn't happen, then we can negotiate on the open market. And we can consider the offer that the HOA submitted and anyone else submitted. And that open market negotiation can include a deed restriction, it can include any of those things.
Because the deed restrictions, I think, are important. One of the things that I think that's really important is, and I think I received a letter from Steve Kenny, because he was one of the first people that helped us out. Without a restroom, it would be very, very difficult, like the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, he would want to go to an outhouse. But I think somehow we need to come out, if we do anything with it, have a public restroom, and that chapel probably would be the place to do so. But what I'd like to maybe share right now with the council is, there's a lot of questions and a lot of concerns from a lot of people, so maybe we can continue this item and get some more information. Oh, okay. Okay, I think maybe we can continue this item and, you know, and get additional information on the particulars from everybody, you know, so. Okay, let me see, who's next here? Three, I'm out, so, number three, who's three? Perello, Councilman Perello.
Thank you. I will share what I remember and what I learned tonight. The big thing that I learned tonight, and I want to thank Mr. Gary Blum. I had no idea that in 1989 there was a decision not to build a toilet. That's absolutely idiot. Who was ever in the council at that time and voted to take that action? I wish they were here listening tonight.
That's the year I graduated high school, so I'm not responsible for that.
I wasn't on the council. I don't know if any of us here were on the council, but.
I wasn't born yet.
The point is, I don't know the numbers, Mr. Bloom, if you gave us were right, but you said, I think it was 800 grand for making a toilet, and we're looking at 800 grand to fix a roof, and we're looking at, you know, giving the property for $1. None of us would run our business like that. None of us would allow our family to be run like that. I do remember, and I don't think, I'm absolutely positive, none of the people that spoke tonight were here when the fiasco with La Dolce Vita happened. La Dolce Vita was a stain on the city's history. Redevelopment happened. La Dolce Vita, we had a mayor and a mayor pro tem, Mr. Flynn and Ms. Ramirez, adamant we have to keep a restaurant here. How are they going to survive? We keep a restaurant. We're losing restaurants downtown. And I kept pounding, yeah, these guys aren't paying the rent. It's easy to compete with somebody who doesn't pay the rent. And they got us into us for several, I believe it was several $100,000. And then we cut a sweetheart deal with them. And then they turned around and flipped it and made money, and what did we get out of it? Nothing. Except now there's a new owner, and we had to fix up the building. I mean, I look at this as my time serving with former Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez and former Mrs. Mayor Lopez on the PAC. And it was, well, we need to provide these services for free. And yet poor Mr. Nyhoff is trying to sit at the table and tell them it's costing us $1 million a year when we're going down the toilet. He didn't say toilet, I did. But just keep on giving the money, keep on giving the money. And then we have audits, and then we find out what's going on. I remember what it was like. There should be some other council members here that remember what it was like. I don't want to revisit that time. I look at this, and I look at certain entities in the city of Oxnard are supposed to provide public recreation. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem, and we're not supposed to make money on the parks. But there comes a time when you got to cut off the losses. And I don't understand. If the homeowners association owns the open area, why couldn't there be why couldn't there be concerts if somebody else had it? Except there's no toilet. Well, I'm not so proud that I won't go into a portable toilet. And I don't mean that as a shot to anybody, but I know that other entities have portable toilets when they need them, and you could have the events. But the issue of keeping things and paying what's required, which is an embarrassment to a council member, along with a sewer plant that was let to go downhill, along with all the other deferred, I beg your pardon, extreme deferred maintenance that happened in this city. And now we're trying to dig us out of a hole, and we're trying to get things better. And no, let's refocus the money over here and take care of this. But what's going to be the successful conclusion of taking over this and doing it? When I was much younger, I worked for a scaffolding company. And I remember picking up scaffolding at the little buildings that we're talking about. And I remember the joke among the people in the construction industry. Can you believe this is just for looks? There ain't nothing in the building. There's no plumbing. And it's like, well, what the hell is supposed to be a replica? That's all it is. It's called a model with nothing inside. I walked through the site on Sunday. I did see the church was being used for some event. It looked like another religious organization. And I did see the damage that's done, and I did see the current upgrade, because I remember Mr. Ramirez telling us sometime in the past about a stair and a handrail. And I see there's been some upgrades for safety. But I'm looking at this and I'm going, what would I do with it if I owned it? I'm not artistic. I'm not into the feel-good, touchy-warmy stuff. I like other kinds of stuff. But on this, as one member of the council, I don't want to put money into something that I think is not going to be beneficial to the city of Oxnard. The downtown, there have been tremendous efforts to try to take care of the downtown. I'm going back in history now. We got a downtown theater that the fiasco that happened when that was approved and the people that financially benefited it, that hurt to the city, you know, who do we thank? Past councils. We have changes on 8th Street. Who do we thank? Past councils. We have changes in business in downtown. We're trying to do different things. But again, past councils. Every time there would be, somebody would come up with a new idea for a shopping center outside of town to suck out the lifeblood of downtown, it approved. It got approved. I happen to think the city manager had the balls to tell us what the hell this is. And I support, this is something that we need to do. We need to investigate what can we do, putting it on the open market as surplus. It may come to the benefit. I do not see the city of Oxnard becoming flush in the near future where we can do all the things that people are claiming we can do, especially with a couple of the lawsuits that are going on. You heard one today, but we got a bonding issue. It's a big deal. They told us 3 years possibly to find out when he loses appeal and goes to the Supreme Court. You want to let this building stay the same for 3 years? Or would you rather take the ARPA money, which is fixing up something else in dire need for more numbers of residents in Oxnard, or put it in fixing this up so we can look at it the same way 3 years from now? I do not want to do that. I wanted to share that. If there's somebody's got a better idea, I'm open to listen. But I needed to be upfront and tell people what I think.
Councilman Dragon, and then we'll go to the city manager.
Thank you very much. Being up here and doing this particular aspect is probably one of the easiest and kind of hardest things for me. One, simply because being here now, I guess 8 years, I kind of realize some of the things, and one of those things is, honestly, when it comes to government involvement with these type of things, I am heavily against us owning anything. If it was up to me, I'd get rid of the airport, I would get rid of the golf course, and I would just like dump the whole thing. Simply put, for some weird reason, even outside the city of Oxnard, even if it's not the city of Oxnard, whatever is here in Oxnard that is supposed to serve a public need kind of just fails. The airport to me is, even though we're not talking about the airport, is just terrible. Like, it's just a giant waste of space. The golf course, I know it's gotten better, but I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of it. And if it were up to me, it would just be anything else but the golf course. The pack, you know, it's, as much as I would like to support it, it's hard to go in there because it looks terrible. I was on the Carnegie board, and you know, the Carnegie does have a lot of potential, but then it just kind of, it's there. Heritage Square has, you know, potential. It's really nice. I've never been to the concerts, I'll be honest. The church, which is actually the building that I frequent the most there, if that is the only restroom there, then there's also more trouble than that, because we do need more porta potties, because one restroom's not gonna, or there's two. That's still not enough for the number of people that are there. Overall, this is just a declaration. One, the interest of agencies or public or anyone else in general wanting to get involved, I do believe that it's going to take a while either way, even if we put this up for sale or lease or whatever it may be. I do remember Councilmember Perello's comments about the Dolce Vita. I remember his comments from day one. And, you know, even though I'm kind of pessimistic, I was a little bit more optimistic than Councilmember Perello, but I should have been pessimistic from the start like him, because he was right. He said it from the beginning. And unfortunately, he was right, and I was wrong. So it's kind of one of these things where, you know, there is, you know, community interest, there is community need. And I felt that we've shot ourselves in the foot for so long. And we continue to do that every chance we get. We purposely it's like one step forward, two steps back. So that's kind of where I stand on this. And like I said from the beginning, if it were up to me, we would get rid of everything that the city owns, as far as Pat, Carnegie, and so on and so forth. But that's just my opinion. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Okay, so listening to this actual great discussion, so I might have an idea. So just show me by either nodding or shaking. Seems to me like a public bathroom is the linchpin here. Is that accurate? Okay, it's about having a public bathroom there. All right. We can be a little creative here because, you know, the Councilmember Madrigal is talking about we keep shooting ourselves in the foot. I'm trying to prevent from shooting myself in the head. To posit that the only way this can go forward if the city continues to own these structures is still illogical. A public bathroom is a possibility, but we don't need to own the chapel in order to create a public bathroom. There are these other two buildings there. So how about if you give us time to explore, what if we invest in a public restroom there in one of the smaller structures, if it's legally possible, and still offload the chapel? Because it's just to keep the public bathroom by way of the city continuing to be a horrible owner of that property would be continuing brain damage. But I can see the value in what everyone is saying and what the Mayor Pro Tem is saying about the public events there. So how about you give us time to explore the possibility of installing a new public bathroom?
That's what he said initially. Let's continue this item and
Right, but is it okay if we look at that possible solution?
I'd be willing to look at anything and just table this item at this point.
Yeah, continue this item, yeah.
It's up to my peers, but I'm happy with tabling it and seeing what other options are out there.
Options we can come up with. One motion.
I have an inquiry. Is it possible to move forward on this recommended action and look into the bathroom? Because I think just moving through the process right here, we can always deny an offer down the line, correct?
Correct, sir. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Councilman, the simple act of declaring it does not mean that we have to sell it. So we can get the step out of the way, if you will, but it doesn't mean that we have to sell it. And for that matter, it doesn't mean that we have to take the next step, which is noticing it to the public agencies.
With that, could I move the recommended action and add that we look into a public restroom for Heritage Square?
I'll second that.
Okay, please vote. Get a tie here.
We have 3 yeses and 3 nos. So the motion does not carry.
Mayor, I'm going to move that we lay this on the table, set it aside temporarily, and revisit this item at a future meeting.
A motion to continue this item, and I'll second that.
Question of the maker of the motion. You want to move it forward to, Mr. Turan, you want to move it forward to another meeting? Forget about the bathroom?
No, let's
No,
also
That's not
continue
what your
conversation
motion
about the bathroom. I'm just asking the item as it sits today, let's limit it to another meeting, but as was mentioned earlier by the city manager and in the previous motion, that yes, let's direct staff to investigate it. And yes, this is not debatable, but I am discussing the motion. I have my cheat sheet here for Robert's rules.
Well, I mean, if there's going to be time and expenditure figuring out with the bathroom, don't we need to make a motion to look into potentially getting a bathroom?
Yes, that's, thank you, I'm amending what I just said.
And
So
I'll-
lay this on the table for a future meeting and also give direction to investigate a public restroom.
And I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Is there a friendly amendment, Mayor Pro Tem, that includes porcelain?
You know, I turned into a pumpkin in about 26 minutes, so
So we got a first by Councilor Tron, second by Mayor Zaragoza.
to
Go ahead and continue the item
continue
and look at the
in
rest
this
of
part, okay.
Okay? Please vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. So we are adjourned.